But Hello, is anyone there?
Hello, I'm here. I'm running around like a crazy person. 2 more seconds, I swear.
Take your time, Booty.
My goodness. Let's remember to lower the music. Oh, look at that. What is happening, my fam? Here comes the moment of truth. I'm really scared to see if this is gonna work. Oh, fuck, and it was the wrong scene. What is happening, my friends? How y'all doing today? I guess we're just gonna chill in here for a second. Peepo clap, talk show Peepo clap. What is up, fam? Echoes on. Oh, Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
Can't believe he was late.
Oh, why? Who? Why are there two? Oh, Lord. Okay, fam. So here's the real. Thank you, Maxwell. Holy cow, my friend. Thank you for the 100 minutes. Yo. Oh my gosh. Everybody that's here, hello. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm running around. We have Mr. Fabulous, what's going on? Hobosa? Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. I just want to talk briefly about my chaotic self, and then we'll get right into it, my friends. We have Pan. What up, Pan? Luna Dog Jones, Mr. Electric, Maxo with the fucking raid, and I missed it. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Maxo. Holy shit. Thank you, my homie. We got Doccaster. God of Potatoes is bopping. Soy Milk TV is cat jamming, and I wasn't even here. Oh boy. Dr. Hentai. Oh, whoa. Yo. Oh my gosh. Stinky Barrel. Oh. What up, fam? Oh, thank God you started streaming early today. I have a reason to take a break from my homework now. Oh boy. I'm so excited for that, God of Potatoes. I have an hour-long meeting in 30 minutes. Oh no. Oh, okay. So, fam, here's the real, right? Here's the down low. Here's the DL, the sitch. You know. So remember last stream? I was so excited. Oh my gosh, I'm so dumb. Well, we're gonna start recording now, right at this moment, where everything is gold and nothing bad happens at all. Okay, so last stream I was so excited. We got the new. God damn it! Exclamation point dumb big time, bro. Are your sub notifications on? Because I resubbed and I didn't hear anything. Oh, I don't have. That's crazy. They should
Every
be
single
on.
one of you. I fucking
You
love
are not
you.
dumb.
Thank you.
Nice
Thank you.
car.
Thank you, Doc. So, you may be asking yourself, where was that media share video that I heard playing wistfully in my ears? Okay, so I'm just gonna rip the band-aid off. When your boy put everything on the new hard drive and we did like a fresh install of OBS, I made sure I transferred all of my stuff over, right? Well, everything broke. Like, when I say everything, I literally mean everything broke. Hi, Halara. Hi. Oh no. Well, here's the real test. Oh shit. Things are not the right place. Things are not in the right place. Oh no. What is happening? There's chat. Oh, this is working. I think things are working. Okay, so maybe some of this stuff is working. Oh my gosh, everything is still okay. Okay, yatta! Oh god.
Boy, hell no, boy. That boy is stuck in time.
Okay, so at least this time, I think we may have. Oh god. So, oh Lord, Lord. So everything you're seeing now, we had to rebuild from scratch. It was not fun. That lasts pretty long. Oh, Habosa, you'll get used to it because I'm gonna turn on those sounds to play in your ears too, just so you can hear the scuff. But my friends, we have a talk show today. That is the main focus of today, right? We have an absolute legend coming on the talk show today. We have Habosa rocking in. That shout out, absolutely. Habosa. Yo! Mr. Fabulous with the gifted sub.
913 gift to the tier 1 sub to Doc Caster.
Nice sub, bro.
They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Nice sub. Yo, thank you, Mr. Fabulous. Thank you, Mr. Fabulous. I appreciate you, my homie. Oh, excuse me. So the reason all of like my effects didn't work last stream, things were disappeared, things weren't working. That was like that through every scene. My camera still worked and the green screen worked, but most everything else was completely botched. So I spent the last, I didn't really sleep 2 days ago, because I was busy just repairing OBS, and it was absolutely, the camera worked like 7 out of 10 times. Right, but we got all of the effects back. Hopefully nothing is gonna be, oh Lord, I don't know. We'll find out what happens. I mean, everything should be working. Should be now. And dare I say, better. Nothing is organized. I think I have like screenshots of it, but I need to, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So let me get this. Oh Lord. Because I've been like so stressed, not bad stressed. But I definitely.
What are you doing, step bro?
Stop that! What? I can't. Ah! Yo, Luxembourg and Andorra. Oh, the Central Powers. Luxembourg and Andorra. Look at Habosa coming through, doing some history homework. Let's lower that. Let's go. Oh, please let this work the first time. Okay, so we'll go like that. Oh mercy. I don't know why I'm not freaking out this bad. It just is. I've been getting so comfortable and so used to how just like my OBS layout is. I'm not one that likes change, you know? I'm not one that likes like new things.
MRFABULOUS 913 gifted a tier 1 sub to Pantiflaric. They have given 3 gift subs in the
MRFABULOUS
channel.
Yo, Mr. Fabulous! Thank you for the gifted sub, my homie. Pan! Welcome to the Booty Club, baby. Oh boy. Look at that 2-month... Okay, so that's the hard thing. I can't just say, look at that 2-month-old booty, because that just doesn't sound right at the end of the day. Eep? Big eep? Oh Lord, let's move. Okay, so I am going to... Perfect. Okay, 911. Okay, my friends, so I'm gonna crack this because this is gonna help me settle right in. Oh boy. We're gonna put that there. Okay, Discord is on. So, my friends, my little booties, without further ado, without further aplomb, I'd like to introduce the guest for today on Human Interactions, streaming to us all the way from Kentucky, Europe. The one, the only, the amazing. I clicked off of my server and I couldn't find her. Please welcome to the show, Habosa. Hello, my homie. Hi. Oh, geez. There we go.
Hello? Oh, there you go.
Oh,
my mic
hi.
stopped working when you moved me, so.
Oh, that's interesting.
Hi!
Oh, hello! Oh my gosh, I'm
Hello.
turning on all my TVs. Let's see. Where did I
I
put
got
all these?
Christmas lights.
Yo, we're so festive. Oh, that's right. I found where? Oh, it's working. I'm like staring at my scenes and I don't even see you already sitting there. What up, Habosa? How are you today?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm not great, but you know, we're fighting.
Hey, and that's okay, you know. We're here. We're smiling. I mean, you gotta feel a little good. Valhalla came out?
I haven't
That?
played it yet.
Oh no. Damn.
Yesterday I installed it on my computer and then I booted it and then I realized that it was running like actual poopy. So I was getting a solid 25 frames a second, so I figured that I would be better off actually spending the time optimizing it. And I have, if you can see, I have a little MacBook over here. It's my old laptop. I had a 1 terabyte SSD in there that I left there for 5 years. Well, it could have been in my computer, but I was too lazy to move it. So I finally employed Way's help and had it installed it into my desktop computer at 2 a.m. in the night.
Yes.
To reinstall my Valhalla installation and then optimize it so it's ready, it's smooth, it's buttery 30 FPS, which my GTX 980 can just barely get by with.
Bruh.
But it's
my
ready.
God.
So as soon as we're done here.
That's what. So that was the thing when yesterday when we were talking and you were like, "Get fucked, Maxwell. Mine's loaded. Bye," and just kind of like left. In my head, I was just like, "Huh. I wonder if she's gonna have a sick day tomorrow or something." You know, I'm like, no, she's gonna call in. And say, oh no, oh I can't. I got a case of the Valhalla-itis.
No.
I'm just can't get out of bed this morning. Just one of those days.
No,
Wouldn't have faulted you.
Oh god, it's the worst having to wait, but it's gonna be worth it because now I actually can play smoothly.
Which was
And,
the
the reviews
first
have been great.
Assassin's Creed you've played?
The first Assassin's Creed I played.
Do you remember
was
that
Assassin's Creed
like was
Brotherhood.
it like did you were you excited for it to come out? Do you remember? Was it one that you were waiting for, or you just kind of like picked it up one day on a recommendation, you kind of fell in love with it?
So this actually my entry into the Assassin's Creed world is actually intrinsically connected to me gaming for the first time.
Oh.
Because I never had any brothers or cousins or any male relatives to like really introduce me into gaming, which at the time wasn't really a women thing yet or a girl thing. I had like my Nintendo DS with Nintendogs and that was it.
Bruh. How do you think
But
everyone's
then-
Nintendogs are doing right now? Are they
They're
okay?
dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I
Yep.
mean, I
Yep.
could-
That's
I have
that's
it
probably
right there. Like later, I can try seeing if they're alive. But
just straight dead.
yeah, no, they're dead. No, but then I must have been, this was 2011, and the reason why I know that so well is because the reason I got into gaming is because I was hearing these distant cries about this fabled game called Skyrim.
Mm-hmm.
I was hearing everyone like freak out about it, like, oh my god, the new Skyrim's coming out the 11th of November 2011. I was
People
like, I mean,
naming their
I
kids Dovahkiin,
Right.
like it was everywhere.
Right. So it's a huge thing. Like even
Yeah.
like a non-gamer plebeian like me was like, wait, what? So I at the time all I owned was that MacBook. So I I got a port from Windows to Mac to play Skyrim on my MacBook. With my little like magic Apple mouse, which doesn't have a scroll wheel, so it doesn't actually work at all.
No, don't those just have like one button too? It's just like a one click. I'm not too familiar with like Apple
I have it right
peripherals.
here.
Oh my god.
I still have it. It's broken, I think, but yeah, this is what it looks like. It's just
Yeah.
glass, so it doesn't have a scroll. You're supposed to do this, which works fine for what it is,
Mhm.
but it doesn't work great with gaming.
Right. Exactly.
So I played Skyrim to my best extent, and then I looked at other games that were available for Mac at the time, and one of those was Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. So I
Ah.
played Brotherhood. I was like, this is fucking dope, but I can't play on my MacBook any longer, so I bought an Xbox 360.
And
this
that's
was
how they
right
get you.
before, and that's how it started. And that's right
Mhm.
before Assassin's Creed 3 came out, so I bought that one together with Revelations, another copy of Skyrim, because I wanted to properly play it on my Xbox. And that's how I got into gaming. So that was
That's so
actually
fun.
like quite recently, being like 2011.
Yeah.
So I haven't played any of the big Nintendo classics like Super Mario and stuff. Like I have Super Mario, the platform. It's not Super Mario 64, but Super Mario New Brothers or something. Like I don't.
Oh, like
I
the
have that
new
one.
Super Mario's U or that was for the Wii U. But yeah, I think on
For
the
Nintendo
DS
DS.
or yeah. Mhm. Yeah, like New Super Mario Brothers World or something that they named them. Like it's either
Yeah.
new or a super or a world or a land.
Yeah, and
Maybe I don't
one
know.
of the first Nintendo games I played. I
Nintendo
didn't
naming
play
conventions are
anything
the
else.
dumbest ones. They have the dumbest patterns of anything. Gotta Potatoes says, wait, who came up with the name Kentucky first, US or Europe? I mean, that debate goes back a long time, Gotta Potatoes. That question right there has started wars, so you know, we're gonna back off that for now.
I mean, I'll admit I know nothing about Kentucky. I actually, when the elections were happening, I was like, wait, which way does Kentucky swing? Like, is this the part where I start immigrating to another state? But I haven't decided yet.
Kentucky,
Kentucky.
you know.
I don't even like Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's like
Right, of all the states, fried chicken, I gotta say, at me Kentucky, not the best. Really not the best. Just saying.
KFC, it's not really a thing here, and I also like never really craved chicken that much, so I just
Mm-hmm. Same. Like I although that being said, I ate a lot of chicken. I feel like I was one of those picky eaters when I was like a small booty, where it was like chicky nuggies or like pizza. Like those were like my two, or mac and cheese. And like it
Right.
wasn't until a lot later that, you know, we started eating like a human being and not just eating nuggies all day. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for taking your time out to come by and talk to
could have been
us.
playing Valhalla, but instead I'm here.
I know, and that is a tall order, because between like me or Assassin's Creed, I probably would have taken a sick day. But I don't have it loaded, so we're here.
I didn't
We're
wanna
stuck
wait
in this
till I could-
together. You know, we're we're not having fun with Valhalla together.
It's right here.
It's right
The
there. Look at that.
box.
I love this shrine that you've built. Like it's not only like a Christmas happy, but it's got like there's so much like you were showing some of these boxes to us
Yes.
earlier. The box design and like I'm obsessed with just like the different I don't know, it seems so like weird, but I love the different like cultural symbols on these boxes. Like they feel so rich and filled with like history in them too. I love them.
That boy got that virus.
So
Boy, hell no, boy.
That's
boy
pretty loud,
stuck
right?
in time.
They scare the fuck out of me.
It's very loud.
We could try and turn the desk. Oh yeah, that desktop was actually a little high, so we'll turn the desktop volume down just a tickle there. It gets so loud, and then when they go crazy. But yeah, so this is totally informal. If you have any questions for me, like just because I have a nice desk, doesn't mean you can't, you know, ask me anything as well. But yeah, I really just started this like.
Actually.
Oh yeah,
Should
please.
I flip my camera so I'm facing you? Because right now I'm currently facing outwards, which probably looks better. Like if I
Yeah,
do it
either
here.
maybe. Oh, that could work.
Yeah, see,
that
now-
could
now
work.
yeah, now I'm facing you. See that looks better.
Now it looks like we're conversing. I like this. Okay, that works. Oh,
Much
look
better,
at. Oh my gosh, it was kind of yeah. I guess like we were both interviewing someone else just slightly off camera. That's great.
I was just looking the other way.
Yeah, just like, oh yeah, this conversation's great, but so I'm just gonna, yeah, no. But yeah, I started this whole thing because like I need to get better at trying to like, you know, talk to people one-on-one to not go into like bartender mode all the time. So we're gonna try and keep it down and just, you know, like just hanging out.
Booty and Hub also is a good interview.
Oh my gosh, erotic superhero. What up, homie? This is so much fun.
Hello.
And so you would say you're a little bit of a writer?
Just a little bit.
Just
a little
you've
bit.
dabbled once
Yeah,
or
a little
twice?
bit. Yeah. No, I'm like, I've tried it like a few times, but you know, I'm still learning. I'm still trying.
Do you remember like the first story you wrote, or the first time it really kind of like captured your mind of like, was it like a school assignment, or was it like you were
yes.
at home and you were like just like making
Absolutely.
like a family tree, like yeah, like I kind of want to know like what was that spark that got you into like just writing?
So, the very first story that I wrote was when I must have been like 6 years old, and I remember it was about me and my neighbor, my like back behind our house neighbor boy thing person. We were really good friends, and we were always like just out and about like doing shit on the streets. And I remember writing a very interesting story, which was 2 pages long. And it was about him and I fighting an evil aunt, which was entirely copied from a different book that I was reading at the time.
But that's
entirely plagiarized.
Did you change the names at least?
No.
So it's fan fiction, which is totally acceptable.
It wasn't fan fiction because it was the exact same story, but me and my friend were the protagonists.
Oh, but that's even better. I love that. Do you remember what story it was?
Yeah, it was about
Yo, Mr. Fabulous! Mr. Fabulous, thank you for the gifted sub, my friend. Fucking A. Thank you for your support, my
gifted a
homie.
tier 1 sub to Stupid. They have given 4 gift subs in the channel.
why does she spell that out? Why doesn't she?
I don't
say
know
that?
why she's spelling it out. And it's not TTS Brian. It's the alert bot. They're spelling everyone's names. It's very frightening, and I don't know how to turn it off.
Weird.
You know.
No, but what I was saying is the story was about my friend and I attacking, or not attacking, but fighting this evil aunt that was like being really mean to us. And then it was 2 pages, and I was really fucking proud of it. And I asked my mother, like, hey, can you please bind this in like an actual book, like binding with like a ring binding, a little plastic cover on top, like really, really official. I was like, this is cool. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna keep with this. And then I just started writing like more weird shit like that. Just like stories that interested me and like topics that interested me. And mostly at the time it was like fantasy, like vampires and stuff. Because then as I got older, like a preteen, I started reading Twilight. And I watched
Who
the
didn't?
movies and
Who
I got
didn't?
really into that.
Chat, who
Yeah.
of you have read Twilight? Has anyone here read Twilight? You should at least
Or
read
watch
the
the
first
movie.
one. You should, or watch the movies, yeah. But everyone I feel is like pretty familiar with it now.
Yeah.
They're interesting. They're interesting. It's not my
They're
favorite
not
type of book, but it is really
great.
easy to read. Like it just like
Oh,
it's a
sure.
page turner. Like it's that perfect level of just like I shouldn't be reading this, but I can't stop. Like I gotta find out. Like it like you'd go into it being like I'm not gonna be invested, and by like I don't know halfway through you're like, well, this is dumb, but I have to finish it. It's not one that you just cannot finish. I don't know. I read the first one and I was just like, okay, I can't read the second because then I'll read all of them. Like if I read book 2, I'm gonna read the
I have a
series.
Robert Cullen back tattoo, no questions. Oh. Did you mean
Oh
Edward
hell
Cullen?
yeah, 6 points. That's awesome.
No,
Edward
but I don't think
Pattinson.
I don't
One
think it's
question.
something to be ashamed about to have read the Twilight book or watched the movies, because I was a
Oh,
huge
no.
Twilight fan. And like I was a child, I was a preteen, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I just thought it was hella romantic and that Robert Pattinson looked really, really, really good.
Oh
So,
yeah, and no shame. I read them like recently into my adult life, like after
Yeah.
everything has been over and settled. But yeah, they're. Did you
I-
see them
have we
in
talked
theaters
about
too?
this before?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the last 3,
Nice.
like Eclipse and then New Dawn, both parts, because that's when I got into it.
Were you
Yeah, but, like-
team Edward or team Jacob?
Oh, Edward. Duh.
Duh. Duh.
Because Jacob is like both of them are not really healthy in the way they handle their relationships and their frustrations towards Bella, but Jacob or Edward at least didn't force himself on her. Because
That's,
Jacob kissed her and tried to like get in her pants multiple times when she said no multiple times, and that's just not okay.
A dog, am I right?
Toxic, just like the Dutch. Great, thank you, erotic superhero.
Oh.
Love that. The Dutch are very toxic.
That's so good. So the movies are horrendous. The books are only slightly better. Oh right, Robert Pattinson, Edward Cullen. The story does not hold up to scrutiny. Got him. So my friend, like a quick segue. So one of the few like 10 questions that I do like to ask, and I think it works relatively well here. What's your favorite word? Do you have one? Like a word that makes you happy, makes you smile, one that you just love the sound of?
That's hard because as a writer, I know so many words that are interesting and fun. Like I very much focus on using Hi Fitz. I focus on using synonyms as much as I can so that I don't
Mhm.
like fall into repetition when I'm writing, so like it doesn't say and then he said and then she said and then he said, like, you know, have some like variety, like change of pace. So I focus a lot on synonyms, so I know a lot of different words and none of them is really one of my favorites. Like I don't
Fair.
know, I don't think I can name one off the top of my head just like that.
Is there a word that you've learned recently that you just really that made you excited? Like, oh my gosh, that's a word? It's a very broad question. There's no right or wrong answer. I love
Oh, but it's
like
not something you like actively think about when it happens. I'm just like,
not
oh,
at
that's a
all,
new
yeah.
word. But I do remember one specific case from when I was younger. My mother, she's an artist and she makes clothing and paintings and had a store for a while where you could buy like buttons and zippers and stitchings and
Mhm,
needles and
mhm.
like everything for like crafting and clothing and tailoring. And apparently in English it's called haberdashery.
Oh, like
Which
a
is
yeah.
such a fancy word.
Yeah.
And I learned that through my mother, and I learned this a while ago, like when I was like 16 or something. But I was like, damn, that's a cool word.
Yeah, cuz like haberdashers are like hat makers. Like a bespoke tailor of things. But I don't think it's relative to hats, like cuz they were also ones that would put like ribbons on clothing or like
Right.
accentuates and things.
I know it had something to do with like clothing and tailoring and like that general area of stuff. So
Yeah, haberdashery. Like
the
that's I
word
love that
sounds
word.
fun.
I love that word. I played a haberdasher in The Taming of the Shrew in college.
Ooh.
One of my favorite Shakespeare plays. It's pretty fun. It's got a lot of wit. It's got a lot of fun moments. But yeah, I had like what 5 speaking lines, and I was just a hat maker that came in to measure someone's head. Hooray! Like
Yeah.
that's how I learned about that. I feel, but haberdashery.
I just read guy do like I'm guessing cummies like yeah totally.
We could say cummies. That's probably fine. That's probably fine. Everyone's waiting for
No,
it. I feel like they're hanging on bated breath.
Associated with that. It's not to joke about. It's not my aesthetic.
Right. I don't think it's anybody's aesthetic. Let's just get that. It's not my. Wait, I've never clarified that either. It isn't my aesthetic either, fam. It's just funny.
But I think it's being made your aesthetic, and I don't think you have a lot of
100%.
choice.
100%. We're gonna be cummy swagga before next year's up, and I regret saying that. I hate it. I hated that sentence. I hated that
What's
sentence.
that? That's a soundbite.
Oh no, I just must have read it in chat. Yep, don't look at the VOD or anything. Yep, I just read it in chat. Don't bother looking for it. I didn't say it. I just
totally, don't worry about it.
So do you this will sound
Personality? Oh no, I'm gonna say that aloud. But good fits, like have fun with that.
The Mad Bric-a-Brac. The Mad Haberdashery doesn't have the same ring as the Mad Hatter. It doesn't. It's like, I'm the Mad Haberdasher. Mustard, don't be ridiculous. That's one of my. I love Alice in Wonderland. That is one of my favorite Disney movies.
I've seen the Disney movie, but I've not seen anything else.
I haven't watched the Tim Burton ones ever. Those, I just don't feel the need to watch them. I feel like I've seen a poster and I got the whole movie in just like one image. Like that was worth more than the hour plus those movies would have taken. I'm gonna shoot my personalities. God damn it, Fizz.
Alice in Wonderland movies was when I was a child, like really, really young. Like I barely remember anything about Alice in Wonderland.
Mm-hmm. That was one of my favorites that I would put on all the time. Did you have like a favorite childhood movie that like you annoyed your parents with? Like was there one that was just like you would throw on the VCR or DVD player and your parents would just be like, oh my, I can't wait till maybe that video disappeared. Maybe like you spent all like week looking for it and your parents are like, maybe you lost it, but in reality when you became an adult they said they threw it away because they were no, just me? Okay. Sorry.
No, it wasn't a Disney movie. It was a recording of a Tom and Jerry marathon.
Oh
and
shit.
It was recorded like on a VCR because I'm just old enough for that. And like at the start of the videotape, you could see it switched to like a segment of the Dutch news. And I very specifically remember my dad, he was like, they're doing some dumb recording, whatever. And then he switched it, and like my sister and I started yelling at him, like, no, switch it back, Tom and Jerry. And that's the one video that I could watch like front to back multiple times a day.
I love that.
I didn't really have a favorite Disney movie. Like I watched the classics multiple times, like Snow White and Sleeping Beauty, and those like the stereotypical, I guess, princess movies. But my favorite old-time Disney movie that I can now watch nonstop would be Tangled. But that didn't start until like Tangled came out, which at that point I was already like a late teenager.
It's funny because that's like the one Disney movie that came out right in that era of like Brave and because that was well before Frozen, but it just was like that's the one I feel like I forget about the most, but I really love it. Like one of my friends, I just saw her on Instagram singing a song from it, and I'm like, I forgot how much I loved the songs in that movie. I really enjoyed it. Do you know the real story of Alice in Wonderland?
Won or almost won an Oscar, I think, or maybe it did won. It won awards at least. Like the main song when they're in the boat with the lanterns.
Yeah.
That one won a hell of a lot of awards, which. Fair. It's a really fucking good song, and the Tangled soundtrack is one of my favorite soundtracks to listen to.
That's the thing, like, I feel like people will hate on Disney movies, and like, I'm not a diehard, oh my gosh, excuse me so much. I'm not like a diehard fanatic by any means, but I really love Disney movies, and I think that they have some of the best music and soundtracks. Like, other movies just can't really compare in a lot of ways, but yeah, Disney songs will always bop. But maybe it's just because I have gotten older, but I just can't listen to them all the time. Like, I still know people that'll, you know, blast Disney tunes all day long, and it's cool if I'm watching the movie, but can't do it all the time.
No, I also really love the Frozen soundtracks, like both of them. Specifically the second more than the first, I feel like.
I've never seen the second. I still haven't watched it.
Movie.
Maybe I should. Like, I could sit down one of these nights and watch it. I just, yeah, it's one of those that I really haven't watched. I don't even think I've seen Toy Story 4. Like, I'm just so behind on like anything really. Yeah, like I feel like I used to go to see pretty much every movie in the theater for a couple of years, and I just kind of dropped off hard. I don't know. But I guess that's like that with any kind of hobby, you know. It comes in ebbs and flows.
Like Big Hero 6 is a bop. Like, I haven't seen Big Hero 6.
I watched it once.
Not really a reason. I just didn't.
And I liked it a lot. Oh, Fern Gully? Fern Gully was a fucking movie. I love that movie.
Not familiar to me.
Fox and the Hound Disco. That one is so sad, but I love that movie. Hercules.
Right.
Oh, Hercules is a fucking jam.
The thing with Hercules is, I feel like that's a movie I would really, really love, but I've never watched it
When I was
properly,
a kid,
so.
we had a bunch of recorded VHS that weren't labeled, and one summer, I wanted to label them all. I knew I had fucked up when I found one that started out with a couple robbing a gas station and then boom.
Oh.
Surprise fellatio. I was scarred for years.
That's the day Mr. Fabulous became a man.
Yeah, no. I know. Way I saw that. Defucky flat. Oh my gosh, excuse me.
Recently. That boy has monster calves.
Monster calves, right? But yo, I love
the movie are off just in general.
like the opening song to Hercules 2 is such a fucking jam. Like, I do love Robin Hood. Robin Hood is one of the greatest openings of all time with Whistle Stop. Like,
like those movies, I think I've seen them once when I was really young, and that's it. So I barely remember anything of those. Like, my favorites were the Disney princess ones. I wore a lot of pink when I was young.
Did you have any like collections as a kid? Like, did you have anything like a book series, or like, did you collect like trading cards of types, or did you have anything like that you were obsessively like collected?
Well, you had like the fads that was like among the middle school children. That was like, I remember this, like, I don't remember what it was called, but it was like this like girly little mouse, and it had like just stationary things like notes and pens and like pen holders and that kind of stuff with this little girly mouse on it. It had a name. I don't know if it was like just big in the Netherlands or not, but like that I collected, but that's because it was more of a fad. One thing I really did love was Barbies. I didn't necessarily collect them, but I did have a lot of Barbies.
Did you like because you're someone who's into fashion. Was that something you were interested in as a kid too? Were you always playing like different matching outfits with Barbies or things, or that kind of developed later, or do you think it kind of, you know, was something that caught your interest as a kid that carried over in life?
No, I don't think it didn't carry over, but I definitely was, like, for the most part, just messing around with clothing and, like, dressing my Barbies and setting them up. But I never really did, like, the traditional, like, playing you see where they're like, to each other. Like, I never did that.
Yeah.
Like, at all. Like, I just thought that was weird, and, like, no, they're not real. They're Barbies, you retard. But I did spend a lot of time dressing them and, like, setting it up and, like, furnishing the house. So I guess that's where my love for The Sims comes from.
I was gonna say, that sounds just like you're playing Sims before you owned it. Like, that just sounds like you found your outlet through The Sims that way.
think at heart I'm a storyteller and a designer, so that's what I do the most.
Although it probably would have been cheaper to continue with Barbies because the Sims DLCs are probably outrageous to own all of them at this point. Like,
Barbies are so expensive.
are they really? I have no idea. How much does a Barbie cost? Like $2?
Well,
Like, I don't know. No, that's...
Barbie.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Oh, watch me just get white because I mean, I've always been white, but
We talking the furry Robin Hood? That's the one, Clapton. That's the one. The furry
yeah,
Robin Hood.
like this Barbie fashionista's ultimate closet with doll, 40 euros.
Oh damn.
Or like this mermaid Barbie, 20 euros. Like they're expensive. They're about the same as Sims DLCs, actually.
Honestly.
It doesn't even really matter that much.
Yeah, at that point you just that's the crazy thing where I feel like there is something nice about having something tangible, but with a game like The Sims, like I feel like that could entirely replace the concept of, you know, like doll houses and things like that, because you could just keep making more houses and more people, and like
I mean,
I
don't
there
think
is
it
something to say about
entirely is like there's like you need to have the dexterity to actually control a computer and understand what's going on. So like little
True.
children will probably still
that's
play with
true.
Barbies.
That's true.
So I mean, I don't know. I'm not really up to date with how young kids start gaming these days, but I can definitely imagine like a young child playing The Sims.
Mhm.
But I also think that like children at that stage don't really put that much value into virtual things yet. They don't really realize what's going on. So they much prefer materialistic, tangible things they can hold because it's
Interesting,
valuable.
true.
They have it, they can hold it, and that's the reason why. I don't know if this is happening in the US, but here in the Netherlands, they're discussing completely abolishing like physical cash. So only pay with
Interesting.
cards everywhere. And a lot of parents are against this because children don't understand the monetary value of 5 euros when it's just deposited on an account they don't have access to. So you can show them like, "Yeah, look, I gave you five, like your allowance for this week," but they don't get that. They need to have that like tangible little like note that they get. Like, and I remember
Right.
I loved that when I was a child. So like, kids just love like getting things, and I think that The Sims is just like a little step above that.
But honestly, I mean, in the defense of getting away with money, like I really feel like then parents would have a fail-safe way of teaching kids about money by like using it around the house. Like, here is a physical representation of €5. Like, this is what it looks like. And like I feel like that could only benefit, like I feel like that would still be on the parents to explain the value of money. But if it all goes digital, that doesn't mean they have to stop with giving their child like, you know, a physical representation of something for chores, but like, or just do the same thing, give them like a digital bank account and then deduct money every time they do something, you know, like there's,
You
I feel like
entrust your
there's-
child with a bank account, like to send them on their way with a card, like they're kids,
Absolutely,
they're just gonna
right.
get somewhere.
Same the reason I wouldn't hand a kid like $100 bill, you know, like I don't, what is he's gonna trade it for a stick, like, because the stick, like, who knows what'll go down, you know.
Hey Timmy, I'll give you my credit card if you eat this worm. Okay.
Timmy's throwing up, laughing on walking over to the mall with another one's credit card, just giving out $100.
PlayStation 8.
You just missed it, Clapton. You just missed it. I already gave it to Timmy down the street. Oh, that's probably a
It's
horrible thing to say.
Namoka. Hi, Miss Breezy.
Miss
Yes, it's
Breezy,
me.
hi. Try again next week, Clapton. I'll be standing outside just screaming, "Who wants 100 and only a tank top?"
Booty too, I guess. Yeah.
Aw,
It's me.
you shouldn't
and then
have.
booty.
I love you, Miss. How you doing, Miss Breezy? How you feeling today, homie? I don't know.
Extra. Nice, Max.
So, do you, okay, on the opposite side of things, and again, same concept, but do you have a least favorite word?
I mean, like the obvious is like moist.
Moist, not a moist person. Okay.
I mean, I mean, honestly, I don't even really mind moist. It's more the context that it's in.
It's when people are being creepy with the word that I hate it.
Right.
That's the key difference. Saying it in a sentence doesn't bother me, but when someone says, wait, did you say moist? Like, I hate it. I hate it. When their voice drops a decibel, I hate it.
I had a moist piece of cake, or
Speaking
I had
on
a
Barbies,
moist
the
rat,
original Barbie
you know.
from 1959, with the box, can easily sell for $25,000 to $30,000. I've been collecting toys longer than I've been collecting movies, so I've seen a couple.
Yo,
Exactly.
collector's stuff is, and that's, how can you tell when you're a child what's going to be a collector's item? You know? Like, how, like some people will, like, I don't get how people can, like, have a Barbie from 1959, pass it on, and just never touch. Like, I get it. Like, it's money at that point, but, like, same with my Pokemon
Honestly,
cards. Like, I played
I
with
feel
them.
like- Yeah, I feel like a lot of the cases they were like a gift for someone and they didn't really appreciate it, so they put it in the attic and then done.
Mhm.
Like, I think that's also the reason why so many of them haven't survived, because they actually were played with often.
Exactly. And got a potatoes. Oh fuck, I used to cut my sister's Barbie's heads off. I could have been a millionaire. Yo, so
Exactly.
I once had around Thanksgiving, you know how, like, well, here at least, like, families will all come together, like a big family hoo la di da. Oh god.
Moist,
shit.
moist, dirty, filthy, moist, 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 meaty, moist, moist, I'm moist.
Erotic superhero! Bruh! Bruh! Thank you, my homie. Thank you. Holy shit. That was a mouthful for TTS right there, huh?
Yeah, she was struggling.
That was a struggle. Oh, there's the tiny that's see, everyone in chat, I can handle all of those, but Breezy's at there at the end, can't do that one. That's where the inflection changes. That's the creepy moist, you know?
Your mother
That's
just
where-
calls me like, "Hey, booty, I'm moist." It's like, mom, please.
Moist.
That's where it's like right. Now everyone's tiny moisting. Like,
It's like, is moist the new cummies?
oh, probably.
MOIST.
At least that word is more appropriate, and my auto mod doesn't deal with that as worse as cummies. I'd rather have the word moist be called out in chat than having to permit
Fair.
70 different terms of cum per chat day.
I hate what Chad's doing right now. We're just having a nice conversation about like
cummies.
collecting toys and stuff, and they just say moist and shit derails.
Oh, chat, you guys are funny. Moist cum, tiny moisting, I hate that. But yeah,
There
I
are
feel
70
like,
types of cummies. Oh
oh
no.
god.
Bruh.
I forget what I was saying. I was saying how over Thanksgiving one year, we took one of my cousin's Barbies, two of them to be specific, and we took some crafting paper, aka black construction paper, and I made tiny little witch hats, and we burned those Barbies at the stake for being a witch, like our good old Puritan forefathers.
Oh,
So who
no.
knows how
Moist
who knows how
haberdashery
much those
cummies.
could have been. I haven't really told many people that, but that was a fun Thanksgiving where we just disappeared, just kind of like dressed them up as witches and read them their rights and said, you know,
This explains.
How the fuck do you say the tiny moists unless you're Pazuzu from The Exorcist or something?
what was that, Abosa?
This explains the dead people in your fridge.
100%, 100%. That's because you have
Your
to think
secret
about the
psycho.
smell.
Oh
The
my
fridge,
God.
the fridge, you know. What else do I
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
in there? You don't need anything in a fridge besides bodies, because that's what they have coolers for. You get some ice, you put your beer in the cooler, and you don't even need to open your fridge ever. Okay, we're getting off topic. We're getting off topic. So, let's. Okay, we're putting aside all the thoughts of
No more cummies.
what's that?
No more moist and no more cummies.
Yeah, exactly. We're
Yeah,
we're
burn the
pro-
cummies at the stake.
burn it. They're witches. Witches make the best ice cubes. God, what up, Jay-Z? How you doing, my homie?
Oh, hi, Jay-Z.
Booty, you haven't thought of the smell, you bitch.
You bitch. That's the most like. I don't know.
The smell of dead bodies or the smell of burning cummies?
Whoa. Both? Both? I just want to say both. I don't want to choose either of them.
Cummies, okay, yeah.
The other JZ. The other JZ. What
You
up,
went
baby?
at the best time, Jay-Z.
The best time. So, Habosa, let's avoid those chat thoughts for a moment. Is there a favorite curse word you have? I'm very curious about words. I love people's word usage. I love lexicons. I love people's like just this. I don't know. I'm obsessed with language, and I love hearing people's concepts of what they love in language.
I don't think I have a specific curse word. But I like curses as soon as they get kind of personal. Like when a person really, really puts effort into trying to make it as offensive as possible for you. That's when it gets hilarious.
So you like personal cuts.
Right. You know the subreddit where the rare insults, and usually it's just like, oh, you goddamn wet cabbage. It's like, okay, how funny, but it's like it's not really.
Yes, when they're so fucking dirty, but they're so true. They're so true. Oh my god. Yes,
Yeah, like what JC just said, like I don't think that insult doesn't really tickle me. It's like when it gets personal, like really visceral, that sounds funny as fuck.
If you were to make a very visceral cutting thing against me, what would you say?
Oh god, I don't know.
Go for it. No, you don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. I can't. So that's the thing. I don't know about you, but as someone who's, I feel like I'm a generally pleasant, nice person. And when people say like, oh, I can't picture you being mean, and then ask me to say something mean, does that happen to you? Or do people usually view you, or are you more, does someone, how do you feel?
Shut your skin tone, chicken.
What do you say to people when someone says, be mean to me? How is your reaction? Do you let it all out?
Metronome, genome, full-blown monochrome,
it took me a half a second to register that something was talking in my ear.
As I'm sitting, I was
like, Sylvester Stallone, nasty F up.
Thank
Little
you,
pumpernickel bitch, cabbage-looking ass lol.
Thank you, Kanye. Very cool.
Thank you,
Voldemort
Kanye.
is the only person who can't smell what the Rock is cooking.
Oh god.
Voldemort had nose holes.
Right, he had like
to get
that
back
like.
To what you were saying.
Yeah, right. On off track.
What was it that you were saying?
I don't remember. I was saying that as someone who, like myself, who's like usually pretty pleasant, and same with you, you're very, very nice and pleasant to hang out in VC with, to talk to interact with, and like whenever I get the comment like, oh, you can never be mean to people, and then when I say, oh, I can be mean, and then they say, be mean to me, do you have like a go-to insult? Do you have like a go-to mean thing to say? Because I always struggle. Like, I don't know, my rage usually comes in fits of panic and
I think in my case, like, I've gone through a few like different personality types. I feel like especially in the last 2 years, I've really grown a lot as a person. But I remember, no, I should start this differently. I'm a very observant person. I think a lot of things and I notice a lot of things, but I just don't really like ever like say anything about it. So also because I like to be aware of what's acceptable in the context that you're in with a person. Like, you wouldn't just randomly start talking about something inappropriate, or try not to at least. But then,
right.
But then, like, if someone asks me, like, "Hey, be mean about me," there's usually something I'll immediately think about that I've noticed. I'm like, "Yeah, I can hit you on that." For example, I've been with in VC with Maya, and then she says some shit about me, and then I'll hit it. But yeah, but you didn't read my DMs from like 3 years ago, and then she's like, "Yes, I did," and she looks it up. It's like, "Fuck, you're right." Like, shit like that.
Do you have a favorite insult? Is there one that like you smile about, like you the opposite of lying awake at night, like, oh god, what did I, like the opposite of like I replay that conversation because that was a good one. Like, do you have any like zingers that you're so proud of?
I know I have a few, but I doubt that I can think of it about it like from the top of my head. But
True,
I definitely
true.
do have a few like that. And usually they're just like well-timed, really good clapbacks.
Mm-hmm.
That actually has the other person going like, I can't really say anything about this. You're just, yeah.
My favorite, Breezy up there just a little bit said, "You're gonna die alone" is my winner, and that's fucking cold. I love that. I love that.
I just remember one of my new most favorite ways to just be mean to someone is die mad about it.
Die mad about it, bro.
You tell them just go die and to still be mad, still be like upset about it. Like, just go die mad about it, and it's just so good. I saw it on Twitter.
That's so
it's such
good.
a good insult.
I love that. I love that. My go-to is "fuck off before I kiss you." Got a potato, stop. I love that. But that's really good. Like, go die mad about it. I used to love saying, "I hope you get hit by a plane." Like, something that just is so. I hope like the clouds part and all the karmatic justice in the world centers on one unmanned plane flight hitting the person I hate, and only that person I hate in that moment, you know? Like, I just wish for them to be walking serendipitously down like a cornfield and just a plane hits them, unmanned, unknown, came from like the Bermuda Triangle somewhere, I'm sure, and just
We'll find ourselves randomly wandering down a cornfield like every day.
Yo, Fitz, that's rough, bro. "I hope you outlive your children" is my favorite hardcore insult.
Like, he's really on his nerves.
That's a gulp. You know? That's a yikes. That's
true
a
as well. Like, you have to see your children die. Ugh.
Oh my god, I
Wait,
hate that.
ultimate insult. "I hope you outlive your children and then die mad about it."
As a famous pink man once said, "I hope you win the lottery and die the next day and your daughter has to see you getting lowered in your grave."
Jesus. "I hope your kids never learn to read."
Christ.
Oh my god, bro. These are so good.
Just
Chat.
goes to show, go for the children.
Right. That's how you target someone,
When
bro.
you try to
Oh my
insult
god.
someone, go for their children. Just insult their offspring, and you know.
Oh my god, that's... Chat, you're fucking adorable and brutal. Look at all these femme fatales. Trip! Yo! Wait, that's the wrong button! Yes, Trip! Yo! Thank you for the 2 months, my homie. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly.
Hello, Trip.
Don't make me
Hi.
punt your cat? Oh my gosh.
Oh.
I had an ex tell me
Really
that I would
like
always
that
be
a lot.
unlovable. Man, fuck that. Absolutely not erotic superhero. Absolutely not. They're just being fucked up. That's rude. That's a cutting insult though, but that's 100% verifiably untrue. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Why did you even have a girlfriend if you're unlovable, like, or boyfriend? I don't know this person's situation, but
A they friend.
a they friend, yes. But like, how would you even begin to have a significant other, and then be unlovable? Because that just means they were the ones fooling themselves, right?
Right? That just, yeah. Don't make me suck that dick. God damn it.
Punt my non-existent cat, exactly. I don't have a cat. Please don't punt it.
Please don't punt my
Punt.
Nintendogs or Nintendo cats. Please don't. Please don't. Like, maybe poke them with a stick to see if they're still breathing, but...
Oh god. I one time almost had another cat punch my cat off a roof. They were fighting.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
We had an extension to our house. We had a very like a townhouse, like a really long, like high townhouse, and it had a very deep extension that just went way the far back. So we had this giant roof that we were looking out on, and our cat was kind of like the alpha cat of the neighborhood. He was like really big and just really tough, and he really didn't give any shits. He was a street kitty as well. So and then like I remember one time he was fighting with another cat, and they were like rolling around, like bunny kicking at each other on the roof, and I just saw them going for the edge of the roof. I'm like, oh no! But luckily they broke up. They broke up the fight, and everything was fine.
Oh shit.
But almost my cat got punted by a different cat off the roof.
How many stories would that have been? That would be terrifying. I would be like, oh, okay. Oh my gosh.
3 meters high, which is like 9, 10 feet.
Okay, so not like a taller build. Okay. Oh mercy. I would have been like, how did you? Oh my god, that would have been terrifying. Did you? Were all your cat? Was it primarily an outside cat? Would you let them in at night or?
It was outside. Yeah.
Outside.
Yeah, he would roam the neighborhood. Like one time he was missing for like a week, and we were about to give up like on him ever coming back, and then he came back. Oh. He definitely was like locked up somewhere, because he would always come back. Like every evening he would come back to our house and just like, you know, eat, drink, sleep, and then go back out for adventures the next morning. But that one week he was just gone for however long. We were having dinner, and my sister, my father, and my mother and I were just sitting around a table, like talking, eating dinner, and my mother just goes, shh. She's like, I can hear our cat, and she just gets up, opens the window, goes, pss, pss, and the cat just comes running in. Cat's back. God dang it. No, but
Cat's
apparently
back.
he must have been locked in somewhere because he had kidney disease after that. Like definitely his kidneys were like affected, so he didn't have access to water or food for that duration. So.
Oh damn.
But he survived. He got old. He was like 16, almost 17 years old when he died.
Damn, that shit is crazy. Like, cats are wild in that they're just, I don't know, they're the craziest, weirdest pets I've ever owned. They're the most affectionate and non-affectionate, like, I don't need no man type of personality, but like at the same time, like, will always come. I don't know. I never was a big cat person growing up because I was primarily allergic. Like when I lived with my dad, my grandmother lived with us. Like in the last like 2 houses while she was alive, my grandmother moved in with us, and she always had 2 cats. And like every time I would go and try and hang out with my grandmother, I would have to bring like a box of Kleenex with me, or like take the one from like her little apartment area and just sit there, because like my eyes would be puffy, I would just be sneezing the whole time. And then when my dad married one of my ex stepmother, they had 2 cats, and so they moved in with us. So normally there were just 2 cats kind of confined to my like grandmother's apartment area, but then there were 2 cats also now in my living area. So there were 4 cats in this house at one point, and I just was dead. My face was constantly swollen and puffy. I was constantly just like sneezing everywhere. Hated it. And just like my mentality of cats was so negative because of those experiences. And then I lived with 3 of them. And I love those things more than anything else I've ever loved in my entire life. Like they were.
Yeah, I feel that. I so desperately want a cat. Like anyone that has talked to me for like at least an hour in VC will have heard me say I want a cat, because I do.
100%.
I'm
like,
just waiting to get a job so I can get my own place, and then I can get a cat.
100%. Like, I feel like it would be, you know, just irresponsible for me at this point to be getting a pet when, you know, I don't have a job. Like, you know, there's just a whole lot of factors that I agree with. It's one of those that, like, it was going to be, you know, the quarantine and worldwide pandemic affected a lot of people, but I'm very selfishly sad because this was the year I was going to get like a pet for myself. But you know,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
nope.
This was the year I was gonna get friends for myself because when I came out of university, I didn't have a lot of friends left. So, and I was gonna do social things like join clubs and get a job and meet coworkers and actually like get out of my comfort zone and like go to things because I've never been like a big like partier or like a someone that went out. Like I was never the type of person to go like, oh, let's go for beers after work or something. I was like, no, I want to go home and like write and play games. But you don't really meet people when you do that. So I was like, you know what? I'm getting out of my comfort zone this year. I'm gonna start doing that. I was like, you know, joining clubs and talking to people, and then COVID hit.
And then, yep. And then, you know, life
And
just
instead,
kind of was
I met all of
paused.
you lovely people.
Hooray! I know, right? That's why, like, it's all the positives, that staying positive in these troublesome
then-
times.
All of you are in America, and I'm on
True.
a different continent, so
True. And I believe, someone could fact check this for me, but Kentucky is in a different time zone from us as well. So you're in the future right now. Do you have any suggestions from the future? Anything we can improve upon on this side of the ocean?
get a better time zone, to be honest.
The Earth should just be on one time. That's it. We should just all go by one time, and everyone should just know.
Flat strip.
Earth Standard Time. That's what we should just go by.
It's a strip. It's just one long strip. We're all like vertically above each other.
Exactly. Just, yeah, it rings. I like that. Remove the... What?
Erotic superhero, what's your vendetta against the Dutch? What did we do to you? I mean, chat's been kind of wilding for the last few minutes anyway, because I saw like Fitz and Max and stuff talking about sneezy booty being diarrhea, and then like,
I saw that. I saw
Yeah.
Maxwell said "pussy whisper" when your mother called in the cat from the window.
Yeah.
There's been a few ones, and yeah, I have seen the sneezy booty.
We're reading it. Just we're not replying.
There's some that just I feel like, why gotta do me dirty like that? Why I gotta do you dirty like that? Why I gotta do something? I love you, baby. Oh my god. Someone probably Dutch ovened erotic superhero as a child.
Oh my god. The amount of I'm sorry, foreigners that like
Sneezy
told
booty.
me or that went like, do you know what a Dutch oven is? And I'm just like, no, I've never heard of it before. I don't know what it is. It's definitely not the same joke every person outside of Netherlands makes.
Like, by the time I had heard like that version of a Dutch oven, I camped a lot. I was in the Boy Scouts, the Cub Scouts, all that fun stuff, and we used to cook with like Dutch ovens, which are like, you know,
Yeah,
big
but they're
cast
also
iron.
just genuinely these heavy cooking like pans.
Yes. So like that's why it was even more confusing for me, because
Yeah.
like that was my first exposure to a Dutch oven, so I didn't necessarily get it right away. Like, it just, the concept of it was already ingrained in my head, that why would that be called a Dutch oven? Because those things, like, you need a fucking, like, metal fork to pick up from a fire. Like, I cook, like, bread in it, you know? Like, what do you mean that's a fart thing? What? I was so confused. My Dutch oven smelled great, which is a horrible thing to say. Fuck,
We
goddamn.
talked about like food and recipes and stuff, and I was like, yeah, and then we all put it in Dutch ovens, and you hear all these like English people going.
They're gonna fart on the cake. They're gonna fart on the cake.
Oh god.
No, that's not the Dutch oven. Oh, damn it! I messed it up again.
We're
the
talking
phrase-
about Dutch ovens. Get the pants though, not the fart.
Like the real ones.
Hey,
the real
Booty,
ones.
ask Hub Awesome if she knows what croquette is and she has a recipe for it.
Do you know what croquette is? And do you have a recipe
Croquette.
for it? Croquette.
Croquette. And yes, well, I mean, everything. I don't know. It's just it's like you get it at a snack bar, and like if you want a recipe, like you just eat it in like a fryer, and then you're done. Like it's like a croquette.
Oh, so, like-
it's very.
Like croquettes. Yeah. I've had
Yes.
croquettes before.
It's like deep fried ragu filled little
Oh,
things.
that sounds nice. That sounds
Never
really nice.
had a croquette like that.
I've had like croquettes from work, which were like just usually like these fried little like puffs of various things.
Let me send you a picture. A good one, because these look gross. They're like, I guess none of these look good. Google what the fuck. Alright, I'll just send this. I'll send it to our DMs. Whoops. This is a Dutch croquette. And they are very, very tasty. They're just like deep fried filled like steaks.
Which is everything you need and more. Like, what else would you need in a snack? Like, look at this.
It's very, very typical Dutch. Like, it's the one thing like I also grew up with as a child. Just getting like.
Spike? Look at those things. Look at those things. Aren't those tasty? Oh, there's Humbosa over there. We'll move the camera. That way you're still in my desktop view. Oh, look at that. That's cute. Hi. Those things look tasty. I kind of want to just leave those on screen for just a quick second.
I wanted to find one that has like the inside of it, but it doesn't.
They got them at the gas station.
I really like to make cream pies.
Oh god. Oh god. Cuban ham croquettes are so damn good. Yeah, yeah, bro. I've had them with like ham and like cheese before. Ooh.
This is a better one. A better one because you can see the inside of it. There.
Oh yeah. See, that's.
And like the childhood memories I have with that is like you come home like very late at night after like a Christmas like
so crunchy like, looking
thing at the church. It's cold. You're just like you're freezing. You're really tired because you're young and you want to go to bed. And I'm like, because it's so late, you still gotta get a snack and you fucking eat one of those in the deep fryer. Get yourself like a little bun and you just put that on there with some mustard and some ketchup, and then you just nom on it. It's so good.
Yo, I'm like. So I woke up really late again. My sleep schedule is still so absolutely fucked. Absolutely fucked. Perhaps you can relate, right? As our resident person in is it Tomorrowland? Oh no, it's not quite Tomorrowland yet. It's still today. It's not even tomorrow yet. But yeah, I am awful with getting my sleep pattern back on track, and with fixing all this OBS stuff the last 2 days. I've been an absolute nervous wreck. Absolute nervous wreck. As you can tell by me frantically running around and screaming pre-stream. I drank some coffee because I woke up like way too late in the day. So I was like all hyped up. Coffee just makes my anxiety go through the roof. Just don't sleep. I know. Yeah. Easy. That's what I did 2 days ago.
That's what I did last night.
I was debating on not going to sleep again. Like, do you ever have those nights where you just are kind of half tired but not tired enough, and it's kind of close to where you could just drink some tea and maybe eat like some breakfast
right
and
now
just
talking about
be up for the day?
Food.
Oh god.
Okay.
Same.
No, I always go to sleep every single night. I have to sleep at least a little bit. But what will happen is I go to bed and I'm just too actively thinking about something. Like I'm like really worked up about something that's going on in my book, or really worked up about something that's gonna happen tomorrow, or like, and I just don't sleep. It's not even that I'm scared. It's not even that I'm nervous or like not looking forward to it, or might be looking forward to it like specifically. I'm just still too active about it in my head, and then I just don't sleep.
I feel that so hard. I feel that so hard. That's my biggest enemy, is just my brain chatter, where I could be the most tired human being. I put my head on a pillow and suddenly like I have the best ideas in the world that I need to get out in any way, shape, or form. Like I feel like I used to feel that way in the shower. Like I used to have really good ideas in the shower. Like do you have like an inspiration place where things just seem to come?
By the way,
like...
both of you all looking cute today. Booties 11 love.
Thank you, erotic superhero. Like I know some people feel like shower or cooking, brushing your teeth.
No, the shower or in bed. Or like public transport, but that doesn't happen as often as it used to. Because I used to travel back and forth between my hometown and the town where I studied, so I wasn't in public transport. But it's basically when you're sitting and not really doing anything,
Yeah.
or like keeping busy with something else.
When your mind can just wander. Have you ever been like on public transit thinking about stuff so much that you've missed your stop by a couple,
No,
maybe for a long one? Never. I've spaced out way too many times on my way to work even, and just realized once I'm like downtown that like I fucked up. And then I have to like trying to get on like a downtown train to then go back just a little ways. It's a nightmare. Would not recommend. That's
only
because of
time
the
I
weed.
took
Shh. It's not because of the weed.
The only time I took like a wrong turn in public transport was I had to take a train to a town that was like more towards the German
It's a fact
border.
that your
so
best ideas come when you're not trying.
True.
exactly.
True.
But I had to go east instead of west to go to the university I was heading for, because I was going for my interview to be admitted to the university. So it was a very important thing. And I'm so used to traveling west by train, because that's where family lives, that's where Amsterdam is, like bigger cities, so that like I'm very used to just going west. So on autopilot, being really nervous about the interview, I went west. I took the wrong train from the wrong platform because they was just go like this. I took the wrong one. I had to go that way. So like one stop down the line, I was like, wait a second, and then I switched trains. I went the other way, called them, and I was like, I'm sorry, I'm retarded. Please don't immediately fail me. They didn't. They actually did admit me to their school, but I went to a different school after that. So, whoops.
So I kind of want to talk about that too, because that's fascinating to me. What was like? Do you remember the inspiration or reasoning that? Because for those that don't know, do you want to say what you went to school for? Like, can we go into that a little bit? Because I'm fascinated. Game design. Like,
I'm a game developer.
Gamer developer.
I went to gamer school.
A gamer school. So like, what kind of chairs were on your curriculum? What kind of mechanical keyboards and things did you guys get to talk about in class? Like, how is it everything I dream of?
No. A lot of like, I did the admission interviews for 2 different schools. One is a more prestigious, more well-reviewed school that's more globally known, and the other one was more local, without giving away too many details. The more prestigious one was the better one, like obviously. They also had like a different like a course that was more fitting to what I wanted to do within game design, and the other school had just art and programming, which I don't really fit with either. I can't really draw, and I'm really bad at programming, so it's like So, but I admitted to, or I tried to get into both because you need to have a backup school, right? But at both interviews, they set the interviewees down and were like, you have to realize that going to like game development school doesn't mean you're gonna sit here and play games the entire time. Actually, it's gonna be really fucking heavy. Especially the more prestigious one. They was like, if you live more than 30 minutes away from school, try and move closer to school, because you're going to be so stressed out, you don't want to have to think about even traveling more than half an hour. It definitely was that heavy. It was really, really intense, and I think from like the 200 people that I started my like course with, like for the 4 years, I graduated with 50.
Damn.
So yeah.
Was it like a all intensive curriculum, or did you still have to do like, gen ed courses like math, science, lab classes and things, or were they all integrated into like that kind of like computer sciencey curriculum?
We like when being admitted to the school, you had to choose between 3 different paths. It was design, art, or programming. And then given the path that you chose, you'd get like more applicable stuff. Like if you were an artist, you were like automatically admitted into like drawing and sculpting and 3D modeling and 2D modeling and like all that kind of stuff. If you were a designer, you were focused more on the production side of things, and also like theoretically designing game elements and gameplay, and like from prototyping to playtesting, all the like more documentation stuff. And then programmers, they got programming classes. They had to like make engines for games and like actually program it all together. And eventually in the later years we all got
Hey Hub,
together.
also I'm a senior in high school right now, but I want to get into game and computer programming. Do you recommend going into the field?
Currently, as a programmer, yes. As anything else, no. No, because programmers, they are so sought after. Like, everyone is looking for programmers right now. And even if you can't get into game design, you will be able to get into a different programming job. Because any like a friend of mine, a very dear friend of mine, became a business analyst because he is a programmer, but he studied a game development study. So
Interesting.
as programmer, yes. As anything else, like an artist or designer, the market is so oversaturated, and there's currently not enough jobs because of COVID, like even less. It also kind of comes down to where you live, because if you're located in Europe, the closer you are to like the gaming development hotspots like England or Sweden is better, because that's where the jobs are, and you need to be willing to relocate. Or Northern America easily, but like, and then there's a Japanese game development market, but that's a whole different beast.
I feel like that would be one of the most terrifying like markets to try and like get a job into. Not for the sake of it, just from everything I've heard about like work environments, especially in video game companies or like game production, mixed in with, I feel like, that very, very strong Japanese work culture. Like, that seems like, I can't imagine working 130-hour weeks for years on end, you know?
You're not going to be surprised, but a lot of the people that were admitted into gamer school were the type of people like, oh my god, I'm gonna move to Japan and I'm gonna live there and I'm gonna work there and I'm gonna be part of the Japanese game development world and it's gonna be so fucking cool. And then the teachers just went, boy, get your weeb ass out of here, because no, that's not what's gonna happen. What's gonna happen is they don't want you, and you're not gonna want to move to them, because the cultures don't mix very well. Like, you have to be really, really dedicated if you want to like actually work in Japanese game development, or just like Asian game development, to be honest. Like, not even specifically Japan. But they just have a whole different work ethic that doesn't really fit with the way we work. That's gonna surprise you. That's probably gonna like make you not want to be there anymore. But also, they are not looking for Western developers, because the style of games that we develop and the style of games that my school taught us to develop is so intrinsically different from what Japanese game developers or Asian game developers do. It's just a whole different market.
Did you have like classes on? Sorry to interrupt. I'm curious. Like, did you have classes on like game theories around the world, like approaching different worldviews on like game design and things? Because that's fascinating. Would you say is it broken down as simply as like Eastern and Western world gaming, or are there other like cool niches that you learned about in different other parts as well?
I think I would dare say that, like, originally when games really started becoming like big, like starting with the 80s, 90s, like the noughties after that, yes, it was as easy as dividing it into like Western and Eastern game development, because those games were just so different. Like, there's a reason why there's RPGs and JRPGs. Like, it's different. It's far from each other.
Yeah.
But that's currently like really starting to mix when everything is getting also like a lot more global with like the internet and mobile phones and consoles. Like, everyone has the same consoles now.
You have a phone, don't you? Right. Like, everyone is kind of being more.
Everyone has phones, right?
Right? Where are my phone holders at in chat?
Yeah, that's mixing more and more, but like it is just that cut basically between East and Western game development.
That's interesting, because that would be things like that are what would fascinate me, like game theories or approaching projects from the mindset of a different culture. Like, what kind of, because it's beyond my capabilities, because it's just things I don't know, which always fascinates me. But a class like that would be so cool. Like the drive, like looking at like major tentpole, like, Western and not even Japanese, just like more Eastern games. Like, yeah, the concept or the goals, the objectives. Like, I just am so interested to see how those ideas, you know, grow, kind of a thing.
We were taught to usually work from
Adam, what up, homie? Sorry to interrupt, Tabosa. Adam, how you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, God, a Potato says, thanks, Tabosa. My parents don't understand the demand. They think I'm insane for wanting to move to Sweden. I don't think it's insane.
If you want to move to Sweden, you're gonna be golden. There's more than enough work there.
Yeah, I don't think you're insane at all. Like, I had one old boss that moved back to Sweden, and just hearing about everything sounds like a dream over there.
Sweden is one of the countries I would move to if I had to move. And I might still move because I really do love Nordic countries. I love Nordic cultures. Like I really So like if I had to move to like a different country for game development, I would definitely probably move to Sweden. Because it's
awesome.
A beautiful country. I really vibe with the things they have there, and they have a lot of work.
So
Not
like
currently, 'cause COVID, but
yeah, exactly. Do you have did you find like because I feel like you would have a lot of influence with like narrative design or things along that line. Like how much like hands-on experience would you say you can get at like a school like that? Like sorry, I skipped ahead of myself too, because you, I believe, are going to say like with the art, the programming, and the design groups, towards the later years, would you like then get like a team? Like you would have 2 programmers, 2 artists, 2 designers, and then like that was your team, or you would rotate groups between each other? Like how did that really work?
Project, because the first 2 years definitely were the most separated years. We spent a lot of time diving into theory for each like direction you could go in. Like the artists really focused on like exploring every corner of the 3D and 2D art design and character design and world design, that kind of stuff. The designers looked into the production side of things, like ranging from like financing to just like playtesting the game. And then the programmers did everything from like programming we call it the movement of the characters to like the like economy systems, like everything. And that allowed us to like really get a grip on every little bit, at least a little bit. And then from that point, it was your responsibility to focus and hone in on something you really enjoy. So people would become technical artists, people would become 3D artists, there would be production members like product owners or playtesters or quality assurance people. Like everyone started to kind of like fall into their own role. And then in third year, we had a year-long project where we were put together in like a big old team with people from all disciplines, basically simulating what an actual studio would be.
That's cool. Did you get like a budget and kind of a thing? I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry.
We didn't get that. It's just that's unlimited. Just go, like, you get the project brief. This is what the client wants, and you have to also simulate like contacting the client. So like discussing what the client wants, giving regular updates, talking about what they think of the current build of the game, like that kind of stuff.
That's really cool. Really, real world things. That's cool.
Yes. And the sad part is that we were a huge victim of crunch culture. Is everyone aware of what crunch culture is? Because I don't know, because I can talk about it, but then if it doesn't really make sense, crunch culture is where, I'll just say, like, very briefly summarize. Crunch culture is where game developers and software development, they have to like work 120-hour work weeks just to like get the game finished, like in the right or at the right deadline. And this game development is very prone to crunch culture because there's such popular things to be released. So there's a lot of expectations on game releases, and there's not really any unions going on for game developers, so it's very easy for bigger corporations to take advantage of game developers. So what happens is very big companies like Rockstar or CD Projekt Red that just like absolutely abuse their developers and their employees to the point where they have like psychotic breaks and can't work for the longest time. Like, just an indicator, most of my teachers at school were burned out game developers that didn't want to actually work in the field anymore but still wanted to do something with game development. And as proud as my school was for boasting that they were doing like a simulated studio experience, like actually we also simulated the crunch part quite heavily, and that was one of the most atrocious things I've ever witnessed, and I don't ever want to find myself in crunch culture again. Sadly, I probably will, because that's just what the game development world is right now. But if there's like any action I can take towards making that go away, I would. Like, for example, I also am really not keen on buying Cyberpunk 2077, because those developers are struggling right now. They're not having a good time, especially with all these tools.
I was feeling that same way and granted, I have not done deep-seated research on CD Projekt Red, but they do seem like at least a good intention studio. Like, I did read, I think it was their president or the CEO had released a statement like, yes, we are in crunch time, however, like, all employees they still receive like a percentage of the revenue of sales. They still are getting like paid for their time and bonuses. So like, in a way, I guess it comes back to like the coursework too. Like, do you think because it is something that seems to be so prevalent and inherent in game design culture, is that an acceptable approach, something that CD Projekt Red is doing? Like, do you think that's the good way to do it, or in your mind, like, it still is not good because you had to live through that in a way? Like, because I have no
avoid it no matter what happens. Like,
in any profession, I feel.
It's because the thing is, like, CD Projekt Red, like, yeah, we're working on it. We're not going to do it. Like, after The Witcher 3 was released, they had like a whole press statement. We're like, no, we're not going to do it again because everyone was so fucking sad about it. They're still doing it. There are messages leaking out on Twitter and other places of developers saying like, I'm technically under an NDA and I can't talk about this, but yes, we're basically being like slave herded into making this or finishing this game. And that's the issue. Like, yeah, you're being paid for it, but like you're sacrificing such a big part of your mental health for this. It's still not worth it. And the thing is, like, if you give them your finger, they're gonna take your arm. Like, if you even let them put you, like, force you into overtime a little bit, they're gonna be like, yeah, but you can do it next week. And they can do like an hour extra. And then before you know it, you're doing 120 work hours. So it's like, just don't.
And then it's 120 the next week, and then the next week, and then the next, and then now it's just kind of the normal or something. Would you?
Exactly.
So
answer
just
God of Potatoes' question real quick, I am not going to disclose where I went to school just out of privacy concerns.
Of course. But what's the type of like program that someone could maybe look into, like a simulated like studio? Like, is that something typically found between most like game design schools? Like, is that something that really, if it's like, I don't know the specifics, if it would be too much to say, like, if it's like the one school or something. I don't know. It seems like a
fairly certain if you have a recently decent game development school, they will have simulated work experiences. I think if they're not doing it at this point, it's not a good school. Because the thing is, with game development, it's such a field where doing is more important than reading. Like, you can sit there and read about like game development theory and like, yeah, they made Super Mario Bros this way back in like the 80s, and like, yeah, cool, that's great. But game development's still such a field where just doing and getting your hands dirty and learning from your mistake is the best way to like actually become good at game development.
I feel that. I feel that. Like, I'm much more of like a spy guy. Hi. This isn't an old man.
My beard.
So it's green screened out. It's green screened. There it is. So, and this is just a very loose question. I know it's like, it would be in a perfect world scenario, but to eliminate crunch time, do you think we need to eliminate this whole Because I know I'm personally tired of it, and it's between multiple forms of media, TV shows, movies. I
Oh yeah,
just
for
couldn't
sure.
care less for previews or sneak peeks. Like, do you think this could be something that would be eliminated if games just didn't announce until they were done? Do you think that could ever happen? Or do you think we've kind of are in a point where people expect to know every step of development and then get mad when it's still not done? Because I feel like that's where we're at right now. Like, people want to know every minute of every developer
Yeah.
update, and then they get mad when it's not done yet. Like, just if they weren't asked, I feel like if people just wouldn't ask, then there would it would just be there. Or would that even lead to more disappointment, or like, I don't
I
know
think
how I feel about it.
that's gonna directly work against the revenue model that a lot of big AAA games are working off of right now. Because the
Mm-hmm.
thing about games is they are so intensely expensive to make. People
Mm-hmm.
don't realize how fucking expensive game development is. Because it takes a long ass time. You have to pay everyone's wages. You have to pay copyright material, licenses for all the like applications you're using, and everything. It's so goddamn expensive. So, one of the revenue models I was explained that a lot of AAA games currently work off of is that they release the game, you have the initial peak of sales, and that's not gonna get anywhere near breaking even with what the original development cost. They're working on it for longevity. So, like for example, an Assassin's Creed game, especially with the later ones where they took the year off in between, they're banking on like the fact that the game keeps selling in the long run, because
Mm-hmm.
that's when you earn back the money that it cost. And I think if you don't at least generate a little bit of hype for your game, so like you have to announce it beforehand, you have to like include people in like the hype of like leading up to the release,
Mm-hmm.
because the release is one of the most important parts about the game, and if you just it out into the world, no one's gonna notice and it's just gone in 5 seconds,
True.
because that's
So
what
true.
happens to most indie games. One of
But
the things indie games
mm-hmm.
suffer the most from is lack of budget for marketing.
Ah.
Marketing is
Mm-hmm.
so like important to game development,
Mm-hmm.
and just like building it hype. But I think that we have tipped the scales too far in the other direction, and we need to kind of like rein it back in. Like what's happening with CD Projekt Red currently with Cyberpunk. News is leaking out about them like not really having the best work practices in their offices and stuff. But people are actually like kind of going, yeah, but the game's cool though. Yeah, but Keanu Reeves. Yeah, but it's gonna be a masterpiece. That's
Mm-hmm.
not that's not justifying the actual physical and mental hurt you're giving these game developers. And I think that just managing expectations where the fans of series that you love, or like just bringing out new games, like the expectations need to be managed to a level that yeah, it might take a while, and if it's going to take another year, you're going to have to live with that, because this is not about you getting the game as soon as possible. It's about these developers getting paid fairly
Mm-hmm.
under normal work circumstances where they don't feel like having a heart attack at 32.
And that's what always surprises me about these crunch time, because like I feel like the artists will want to deliver their best work possible. Like, it'll be representative of them. They want, future jobs, but like more than that, like you would just think that like, hey, it's not done, we're going to take another year. You'd think that that would deliver more quality work at times. So
That's what
yeah.
Assassin's Creed did. Because they released Syndicate and they realized that they were in this rut of just the same Assassin's Creed game every damn year. Ubisoft went, you know what? No, we're gonna take a year off. And then they came with Origins, which was a soft reboot of the series, but it worked really, really well because the like Origins, Odyssey, and now Valhalla are all getting really good reviews.
Mhm.
So, to answer Disco's question, like, do developers typically include talking about crunch in an NDA? No, but NDAs do often include talking about the development of the game, and probably also like anything that could negatively impact the hype of the game. So if you're gonna sit
Mhm.
there and talk about how garbage working for the game was, that's gonna deter people from buying the game, and that's the stuff you can't do.
True,
And
true,
it
true,
doesn't work
true.
for Rockstar, who doesn't say a word about their games, which still crunch like crazy. True, but Rockstar has built up this world famous reputation. Like it's one of the biggest studios. Like everyone, Rockstar has enough people checking in on Rockstar for them to not even worry about boasting about development or like releases stuff. People will do that anyway.
Because they
Like,
made
still
$1
have those
billion
expectations.
last week in GTA Online. Like they don't need to worry about the public image because
still
they
wanna get
have.
that revenue. They still want to meet the expectations of the crowds, and by trying to get there, they're just like walking all over the backs of these poor developers. And it's like one of the main arguments I usually get into with The Sims as well, because The Sims is under a lot of scrutiny for being so expensive with all these DLC, because you have to keep buying DLC, and like people were bitching about The Sims 4 when it came to Steam finally, and it was like $600 for the entire Sims 4 series, all of the content released up to date or like up to this day. But you have to realize that is 6-7 years worth of game development, of people putting their utmost passion into that project under probably mostly fair working circumstances. Like a lot of people hate EA, but EA is one of the better game development companies to work for. So that's 6-7 years of content, of development, of wages to be paid, of rents to be paid for the offices. So I will happily lay down the price of the DLC for The Sims, because I'm paying for these people's livelihoods. Because the reason that they still exist and they're still continuing with what they're doing is because we keep buying the DLC.
Right.
Like, yeah, maybe they're a little overpriced, but still, like, it's justified in my opinion.
Interesting. What in your mind is like would be like your favorite game studio? Like who, like, is there one that doesn't really have crunch time, it's ready when it's ready, that still produces good games? Do you have like a standard studio that you can kind of hold others to this?
I would I mean, I don't really have a standard for any studio. Like, this is the thing that they need to live up to, because every studio has things going wrong. Like, for example, I would like to work for EA or Ubisoft because both of those companies are relatively okay in how they handle their employees. But then recently, Ubisoft had the whole scandal with like sexual misconduct and like this things happening with like higher ups, and like, so every company, especially very, very large companies like Ubisoft or EA, are gonna have corruption and rotten apples somewhere up and down the tree. So I don't think there's one game development company that's like the best right now, but I can definitely point out the worst.
Did you
I would love to
have
see an Assassin's Creed game during the Civil War. You're gonna love Assassin's Creed 3, because that's during.
that wasn't Brotherhood, was it? Was that Brotherhood?
No, Brotherhood was.
Or no, not Revolution. What was the name of that one? Revelation.
Oh, Revelations
No,
was
not-
during Constantinople, like the medieval times.
Which one was the revolutionary? Which one was that?
Civil
was it
War
just-
was Assassin's Creed 3.
That was, yeah. I thought it
was
had a
I saying.
name though. Am I crazy?
It exists. No, it's just called Assassin's Creed 3.
Oh, okay, so I am crazy. 100%. 100%. Don't mind me. Yeah,
So yeah, I mean, it's game development is a very, very like still relatively new industry where a lot of innovations are being made very, very quickly, like back to back. A lot of pressure to like keep on innovating, to keep doing new stuff, to keep delivering new games every single year. And I think one of the most important things to happen to the gaming industry right now is that there's going to be a workers' union, some sort of like regulation for workers to be held to standards, because that's the biggest issue right now. And also for more awareness of how intense game development is and how much it costs. And because I just saw someone saying like, I get so mad at people who don't understand the work needed for big indie titles. Like, yeah. Like, it takes forever, especially indie titles. Like, they are held to the same licensing fees and stuff as AAA studios. Even more so than AAA studios, because big studios like EA,
they can work out
have the
deals for
software
multiple titles, and they don't have to
even
license
that,
engines
they
if
have
they
their
make
own-
it in-house, or...
They have their own proprietary engines, like the Frostbite engine. It's entirely theirs. They don't have to pay license for that.
Nope. Not like
So,
because
like-
I forget to like... Although at least the only one that I'm partially familiar with that I've used myself is Unity. I've dabbled with like, you know, some Unreal Engine stuff, but Unity I really enjoyed because it's like, unless you make like I think like 100,000, or you'd sell 100,000 copies, like you don't have to pay licensing fees, but once you hit that, you have to fucking pay up some deep cheddar on it. But I forget what like to purchase the license of Unity would cost, but usually for indie devs, it's crazy. I had a roommate in college when I was outside of the dorms, like living in a house. And it was a guy whose parents were both teachers at this small farm town university. And he moved back home. He was in California. He studied for game design as well, and he took a year off after school to make a game. Like that was his whole goal, like to just make a prototype to send to people. And it would just be so like he would be, what's that?
You cut out.
Oh, I was saying he took a year off. We found him on Craigslist. He responded to a Craigslist ad for a roommate, and he moved back home. Like he was gonna live with his parents and found our apartment available, and he was just, you know, he worked 7 days a week, 10 plus hours, just making his game all by I think he outsourced some of the art, but for like every day for a year, he took a couple days off maybe, but like, and it was for a 10-11 minute game, like, and it was hundreds of hours of his life for and it was really cool because he did every part of it, but just a year for like 10 minutes of gameplay is crazy. It's like doing like stop motion.
The project we did for not our graduation thing, but like the year 3 game. Oops, we had a team of 40 people. We took an entire year to make 5 hours of content.
Damn. With
40 people. And that's from the ground up. So like starting at concepting, ending at post-release support.
Can you tell us about that title? What was its name? What was it that you guys had made for that project?
If anyone wants to know, I'll DM you. I don't want to say it publicly because it like immediately leads back to where I studied. Heard.
Yep, that makes sense. Okay.
If anyone wants to know, like that that like you'd be interested, I'll you can DM me and ask me about it. But
dope. That definitely makes sense. So I'm not leaving, but I am gonna grab a quick drink real fast. Would you want to be left with chat for a moment, or?
I need to go pee.
Oh, so. Perfect. Then chat, I'm gonna put on the little audience scene. I'm gonna turn up the music, and we're gonna be right back, everybody. Audience, you guys are so cute. We'll be right back, my friends. We'll be right back. Hello, chat. Clapton, you gotta head back to school. We'll see you, my friend. Oh, look at that. Yonson puts his arm. Okay, I see you. I'm a cowboy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Chat, how y'all doing, my friends? How you doing out there? How about some claps for Habosa? How about some claps out there for Habosa? Holy cow. This has been so much fun. Want to become famous? Okay, Yoda Bear. Okay, out of there. Got him. Got him. Erotic. Mwah. 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 Cleaning and jamming to Hugh Bowsaw and Booty. Kay, what's up, homie? How you doing? Oh, yo, wait a second. These already got approved? Fam, our new emotes are here. We put the moody, we got the booty emotes. They got approved so fast. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We have the Malort.
Yeah.
And we have the new wave. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh, I'm so excited. And we have the new tier 2 and tier 3 emotes which popped in. We of course have Booty's Handsome, which is officially on there. Oh boy. Oh boy. Habosa, welcome back, my friend.
Hello, welcome back.
Thank you so much, guys. I never would have thought that I would learn about my future from a Twitch stream. Thank you guys both so much. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, my
You're
homie.
welcome.
Thank you, my homie. Yeah.
No, you.
No, you. No, you, my friend.
Yeah,
Thank
like,
you for being
I
here.
love talking about like studying game design and what it entails and what it does, because a lot of people don't really have good insight in what happens and how it be and how it do.
Yo,
So
and that's the thing. I don't. The only like I've seen there were when I used to watch TV, there were commercials for like we have like a place called like ITT Tech or like DeVry University. They're commercials for like get your degree usually online, and like they would go through different courses where it would be like learn how to do this, and it'd be like a cutaway to a talking head being like, I was working as a beverage director, I cooked at a Starbucks, and now I'm the head IT engineer. Thanks. And one of them was like, do you want to get into game design? Go to ittTechGameDesign.com. And it would just like, it had the clips of people just looking. Oh, that's the wrong one. And it would just be people. Wait. It would just be people like hack typing, just like clicking away and then like doing just a quick thumbs up with it.
Yeah.
But that's about like all experience I have with actually learning with
my
with
school
what
they
that
were kind of
entails.
honest about it. They were like, yeah, it's gonna be heavy. You're not gonna be very happy with the outcome. It's gonna be heavy and it's gonna be tough and it's gonna have fun. Like the first year they were very much allowed to kick you out if you had as much as
Really?
one failing grade that you didn't fix before the end of the year. You were out.
Damn. But I mean,
That's
it
where
is
I
such a
think half
competitive
of
field. Like,
oh yeah,
I feel
and
like
that's
you
where
have
half
to
of
do
my
that.
class just yoed it. They were like out.
Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, do you was it a mix between, because you said it was 200, 300 were you in your class?
I
200?
started at 206 for my
206, and
year
it was down to like
out of
50.
2,000 applicants.
That's bananas. What did the
The fact that I
application
was
entail?
one of them is just.
What,
Sorry, what did you say?
oh, I'm sorry. What did the application entail? Did you have to send like a demo of like the preferred course you would like go into? So you had a lot more writing and technical like storytelling focus, or did they want to like? I'm curious about like how the application process for something like that goes.
So I think if I remember correctly, they gave us like an assignment we had to do, and then based on that assignment, they would have like some sort of like feeling about you, and then would do an interview. So I had an interview with a former Assassin's Creed developer, I think it was, and a
Yo,
former Dishonored developer. So
yo.
they were like, what are your favorite games? Like Dishonored and Assassin's Creed, and both of them were like, fuck yeah.
Oh. Did we just become best friends? Like,
Yeah, exactly. Like they really had some like quite high standards for it because again, like it was 2,000 applicants with only 200
mhm.
spots. So they
That's so cool. Damn.
I have always wanted to go into the like storytelling directions, like writing, like narrative
Hmm.
design. From the moment I stepped foot in that school, I was like, yes, that's what I want to do. Because I write, and I love
Hmm.
storytelling and world building and stuff. So I was like, I wanted to apply that to the other thing that I love, which is games. So I have one printed version of one of my books, and I just fucking smacked that down in front of them. I was like, "This is my book. This is what I want to do." And then their first response was like, "You realize that you can't just like write a book and turn it into a game, right?" I'm like, "Yes, I'm not dumb. I know that, but it
I
just
wrote
shows
a
my
book. I call
dedication."
it Tetris. It's Tetris from a first person perspective. I'm gonna make this game. Like, what? That's bold.
No, I told them like, no, of course, like I realized you can't just make a game out of a book, but
Hmm.
it shows my dedication for storytelling and that I actually want to do something with this.
And you
And then
could
I
finish a
went into 200
long-term
people.
project and goal for yourself. Like, I-
Yeah,
how many people can say that? That's more impressive to me than I feel like a college degree
yeah.
nowadays. Like,
So I got in as one of the 206 people, which I was very shocked, but I was very happy.
damn. That's crazy. So
Mm,
one of my favorite things, because like I've been into I've always been into writing. I've never done any like, nothing published,
mm.
nothing fun like that. But like, writing poetry, just like writing, I'm a firm believer in I write everything by hand. Like I love writing things by hand. Even like when I have like an iPad, like I still got a pencil so I could still take notes like in my own handwriting kind of a thing. Um but wait, why am I just got distracted and now I cannot remember where I was going
Something
with
about
that thought.
writing. You wanna
Hmm.
getting into writing
Yes,
and
yes. So I'm fascinated with the styles of writing. So what are like some of, because it seems like it would be vastly different, but how does it compare to writing something like a book or a novel or a short story compared to like writing for games? Because lately game writing has been so good. There's so many stories that people say can only be told in a game. How, like, is there a way to approach that, coming from like writing for a book versus writing for like a interactive narrative? Like, how does one approach something like that?
I think the biggest difference there, like when people say like you can only be experienced through a game, what they're really saying is like the events happening in the story are too grand to be described in a book. Like you're not gonna find the end scene of Avengers, yeah, of like Marvel's Avengers Endgame. You're gonna find that end scene with all the portals. You're gonna find that in a book, but you can find it
Hmm.
in a game. But then you add the interactability of like being able to be the person in that. That's one of the prime things that makes storytelling in games so important, is that you can be the person in the story, whereas
Hmm.
movies you're watching it from a third person perspective, and in games you might also be when you're playing as a character, but you are still the person doing the thing.
Hmm.
So that's the why certain stories are like best for
It
games as
allows
a
a person to
storytelling
feel
medium.
like they're going on like that
Yeah,
hero's journey kind of a thing, as opposed to
exactly.
witnessing or envisioning it in their head.
As
um
for, like, actually writing the material for the game, it comes down to basically every single same rule as normal, conventional, old school writing. So you have, like you said, the hero's journey, or, like, the what was it? Like, 13 typical stories or something like that.
mhm, mhm, mhm.
And, that still all applies for game development. Like, when the one game I worked the most on for narrative, or one of the 2 actually, I did the character design, so the background of the characters, the names, the personalities, all that, and then also the dialogue. So, um, while I wasn't the one actually writing the point-to-point story, I was the one dictating the way the characters were going to respond to each other, because I was both the person that made the characters and that wrote the characters.
Mhm.
And um characters and dialogue differences between like the way they talk to each other, I feel like that's one of my strong points. It's one of the things I enjoy most about my own work. Like you really feel like every character is different.
Mhm.
So what I did is I wrote character sheets. Like I just stated facts, names, age, birth, death, whatever, everything and in between. And then from there the artists would turn it into an actual physical human being, or whatever the entity is in the game currently. And then as for dialogue writing, it's very technical. Like you have to take into account that the dialogue needs to be implemented with whatever tool that you're going to be using. In our
Hmm.
case, we were using a dialogue plugin for Unreal Engine 4. So it was basically like blueprinting scripting where you have these little nodes that's connected with little lines. That's how we implemented the dialogue, and then you have to keep in mind that the dialogue is not just going to be flatly like read by the player, like as if it's a book or as if it's a movie. It's not going to be
Hmm.
told to them. There's going to be a lot happening in between, so you're going to have to think about camera angles, or like where is it going to come from? What's the dialogue going to
Hmm.
trigger? What's going to do this? Do you need sound with that? Do you need like a response with that? Does the character need to pull a certain face? Like there's a lot of technical hook-ins everywhere.
Yeah, I feel like
Yes,
it would
you're
be
right.
very like writing a movie script with a lot of like fade in, cut out, like descriptions of like the
Yeah, but
scenes
even
around to
deeper than
fill a
that.
story. Interesting.
Even deeper than that, because in a movie, the actors are the vessels that are conveying the dialogue at the time,
Hmm.
and edit that together and turn it into a movie. With the game, the person writing the dialogue has to also kind of be the actor that decides the facial expressions, locations of the
Hmm.
actor
Hmm.
currently, like what it does, what happens, the camera moves, like this moves. Like I had to describe the transition into the next scene, or like this camera doing this, or like this is an interaction that happened then, or like this is integral to the story here. Like you have to like really, really, really dive in so deep with every little detail that's happening with the dialogue. You don't just write a line, you
Hmm.
write the
You write
entire
the
scene.
feeling, you write the scene,
Yeah.
you write the damn that seems like it would be the ultimate like writing playbox, because you're not limited by like human conditions in a movie of like an actor needs to physically do something or say this, but like I feel
No,
like
but you are
that.
limited by the engine, like
True, true,
what the engine can like pull, and
true,
and of
true.
course the style of the game, what the story is. Like, there's always
Hmm.
going to be some limitations. It's never fully on like unlimited.
And that's what
But
just seems daunting and makes sense in a way when you think of a game that's supposed to be focused on choices and changing the story, which like as a game player, it's usually, I think of things like, Mass Effect or like Knights of the Old Republic, or games where like you feel like you have a choice in fixing the story. And when people are like, oh well, the choices didn't mean anything, blah blah, just thinking about that would mean that someone would have to write 3 to 4, 5 different iterations of the game,
mhm.
that
Oh, absolutely.
four of them would never be seen in a
Sucks.
playthrough, like, and that would be for every
You're-
choice. And to think about like
Yep.
the how, because what was the, I forget what I read, but like The Witcher 3 had how many lines of dialogue like recorded, not even the ones that like were in books and written in things like there. And if one choice made, then it would be doubled, like as far as it goes. And things like that are why I feel like, we won't ever have fully like choose your own
Control.
adventure, full like choice
No.
changing games, because
If you want full control over the story you're telling, go play The Sims.
right, play Dungeons and Dragons, play like
Exactly.
something like 450,000 words.
What style of
Insane.
game did we create? We created a what was it again? It was a third person narrative driven game. A point and click. It was very much compared to Grim Fandango.
Bro! Hopefully without tank controls though. Tank controls in games where I
No.
feel like it was that awkward middle stage between 3D games and having still like a D-pad and analog control. Like
Yeah.
games with tank controls, I don't look at them fondly anymore. But I
Mm.
respect, like, oh, Grim Fandango was such a fucking bop of a game.
No, but branching story is the worst.
Yo, Christian Baron! Christian Baron! Thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to Bootyland. How you doing, my friend? Thank you for being here. We're chatting with our absolutely Oh, my camera isn't on the scene. You can't see my hand waving, but I swear I'm doing this and it's normally there. This is my absolutely fantastic guest, Habosa. We're having our Human Interactions talk show today. We're talking about some game design and just a lot of things. So thank you for being here, my friend. I appreciate it.
Oh, welcome. I am really enjoying it.
Yeah, right? Way's literally about to replay Grim Fandango. Yo,
I
that
know.
game, that's one of those games that I shamelessly borrowed from a friend in grade school. He had it on CD-ROM. I borrowed it from him. We traded games, and I honestly, this is how forgettable and bad I feel about it still. I traded him a game that I don't remember. But
Booty,
he gave me.
please love me and hug me. Also buy me cookies you Pepego LLLLL 7 sextillion 777 quindecillion
Those are big
777
numbers.
quattuordecillion
Quindecillion?
777
Quindecillion is a word I don't think I've heard before.
777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 700.
Oh my god, undecillion? Okay, well let's just
Yeah, what Dude Guy Dude just said 450,000 lines in Polish, and then English, and then French, and then German, and then simplified Chinese, and then
like that the amount of, and I know voice actors aren't paid the highest in the industry compared to all, I feel, video game professions, but can you, like, 950 speaking roles in 15 languages, 500 plus voice actors, that is an insane number. It seems like that's almost every voice actor working in the industry around the world was in that game.
it's insane.
Do you agree to
And,
buy
like,
me
this is
cookies?
the reason-
Maybe.
This is the reason why I don't blame games like Skyrim or Oblivion for repeating voice actors in different character situations. Like, if you plan it like properly and accordingly, where you're never gonna be able to account for every single situation, but if you kind of plan it accordingly, that you don't run into the same voice actor constantly, I really don't have an issue with like having a same voice actor for different lines, because it's so cost intensive to just have a new voice actor for every single line.
And it never kills my immersion too much, but like on a game that has a lot of spoken dialogue, like when you have like, what, I forget, how many did Skyrim have again? I forget, but they had like 7 voice actors, and you'd have like the same voice everywhere around the world. Like, that doesn't nearly, I don't and that's the funny thing too, in movies or like cartoons, I pick up on voice actors really, really quickly. Like, I love learning about, like, in case no one out there knows, I love using my voice in voice acting, but like in video games, it's one of those things that never takes me out of it. So I don't know. I feel like I'm a big stickler for it, but when I'm playing a game, if it hits right, I'm already there. Like, the voices are just adding to the experience in my way, or in my opinion.
Voice acting is some of the lowest paying work I've ever done. Yeah.
That's and like a lot of acting is, that's like one of the things that they don't, I mean, I feel like when I went to school, especially for theater, like kind of like how I feel your some of your faculty was at yours, where, like, you know, mine tried to tell us about how the real world works, but at the same time not. Like, you know, we worked through a lot of, like, you know, the theater crunch time of literally just never sleeping and always being and doing something, always having to go for stuff. But it, like, seeing my friends that graduated living, you know, with multiple roommates and still struggling to pay rent, but living the dream, like they were, you know, doing a Broadway show, they were traveling around the country, and just, I don't know, like, that just seemed so unappealing in a way to me. But I would love to do it in a heartbeat, but at the same time, it would be so frustrating doing what I love to be paid so little. Like, and they say, you know, do what you love and you won't work, but at the same time, like, I would be having fun at work, but then I'd go home and be poor and sad.
Yeah, I mean, this would be me with game development. Like, yeah, I love game
Booty,
development, not for 127 hours a week.
Want
Oh my
any
gosh.
cookies?
All right. But like, yeah, like, I love game development, but not when it's in crunch mode. Like, then even then, and that's one of the things I struggled most with at school, because the crunch culture was so thick there. There were people that were enabling it too. They were the kind of people that would send you a message on Slack at 9 p.m. in the evening and be like, "Why aren't you responding?" Like, I sent you a message, like, why aren't you, like, and like the argument they would then use would be like, "So you don't really love game development? So you don't really love our game? You're not really into this?" I'm like, "I am, but I'm also a human being with other hobbies and people that I want to talk to. I want to work 9 to 5,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can, go kick rocks." Like,
Yeah,
I
or if
don't.
someone has that passion to work at 9 p.m., I just hate when people shame others for not having
Yeah.
the and I would say it's dedication, but I wouldn't say it in necessarily the positive light. Like, the way you need to, like, separate work from your work life from your personal life. Like, I
Yeah,
feel like that's
it's really
something
weird.
valuable to learn in school that probably isn't healthy to go into the working world with
It's
that
a lesson I
mentality.
very quickly learned because I'm a procrastinator. I really don't really do a lot of work very quickly unless I have to because like deadlines.
Interesting
But
you bring up having been a theatre major. If I hadn't gone to medical school, I was strongly considering going for theatre.
It's you definitely chose much more lucrative career, a much more, well, it is all balanced because med school, is fucking expensive. So the job would have to be much more paying to pay back the student loans. It's a lot more time in school. So like it definitely, counters it. And you are working fucking longer weeks. So yeah, there's pros and cons, but I definitely would not recommend being a theater major to anybody based on my experience.
Mm. No, but I was gonna say is it's a like stepping out of like or properly dividing work versus personal life is a lesson I very quickly learned because I was a procrastinator. So what I would do is I wouldn't do anything during the workday. I would just sit there, talk to people, and then I would finish my work at night, which not fun. It turned my home into just a second office, and I was very stressed out, didn't know what to do. I was like, Ugh. So I then set that very, very, very hard deadline after 5 p.m. Go kick rocks. I'm turning everything off. I'm doing what I want to do. And my mental health improved so much just based off of that.
I
And then in the
imagine.
end, in fourth year, I was talking to a friend of mine who super sweet kid, wanted to be a producer. Really nice kid, but he was dedicating 90% of his life currently to game development, to like working on school, working like on projects like making documentations and pipelines and everything after school, like and then during school to talk to people and to do this, like he would never fucking stop and constantly complain about being so goddamn tired. And at one point, I told him, like, please, dude, keep it between 9 to 5. Like, there's a reason people want to do 8-hour workdays or even less than that. Like, there's currently the argument with COVID that people flourish and work better with shorter work weeks and work days. So, like, you doing 60 hours a week, it's not necessary and it's unhealthy. And he's
Hmm.
like, yeah, I know, but it's just kind of who I am. And if I burn out, I'll see what happens then. I'm like, you're already like 3 steps too late when you burn out. Just
Exactly. Once you
do
do that, that's when you
something.
start to get that negative mental image of doing what you love, which I totally like. I 100% got burned out on theater, and just the thought of trying to do that again still is
Mhm.
sour over a decade later. So like I definitely feel like that burnout could definitely, have a very, very negative impact on someone's, future. And
Mhm.
especially when you dedicate that much time, that's the thing that hurts the most when I watch people burn out and kind of fade away from a passion like that, is because like they're only burned out because they put too much of themselves into it, like I fully agree, because I don't know, I'm the kind of person that like 8-hour work days, like I'm fine with doing, like 9 to 5s or whatever, like 8-hour shift, but I really love like 4 10-hour days, like I do love a good like long, like a day where I just work the whole day, but then I like doing that and having 3 days off to myself where I don't have to think about it. I love working. Like working makes me feel good. Like I love being able to put myself feeling useful. Like I love working. But I don't love working all the time. And that's what I have to
Mhm.
like try and pull myself from, because especially before quarantine, like I was working 40 50 whatever hours a week, 60 hours a week, 6 7 days a week, like all day long. And it just was that because like I enjoyed my work for the most part. Like it was fun. I got to talk to people all day. I got to be on my feet. I got to like get exercise and walk around a bar and carry things. But the burnout is so real. The burnout is just so real.
Yeah, and then there's the workaholics that like do that and then also like get mad at other people for not doing that, and then they're justifying the whole crunch culture again, and then
Hmm.
the loop repeats. It's just hated it. It's one of the elements of my school that I hated the most, and I'm very glad to get away from.
So like a little bit off topic, and you don't have to answer if it's anything too personal, but
Mhm.
do you have like a treasure trove of like game ideas that you're just waiting for like the right
Oh,
opportunity to spring on? Like
no.
No, it's one like I that's always the one thing too is like I'm always curious. Do people have like is there like a project you've been working on like a narrative that you're like just waiting to find like like a programmer to
Sorry,
work in
what?
with?
Waiting to what? Because you cut out.
Oh, like I said, where do you have like I think you answered it, but like a narrative idea for like a game or something like anything that you have like a future project in your mind at all?
I mean, if you'd asked me this question before I started game development school, I probably would have said yes. But
Hmm.
now knowing everything that's involved with the process of making a game and how deep you have to go and everything you have to keep in mind, and no.
Hmm. So
Like I
you'd be more interested in like joining a team's vision and
oh
project and
yeah, for
helping
sure.
developing that further. Got you, got you,
Because
got you.
like games are definitely like brain babies of some people. Like how
Hmm.
The Sims was the brain baby of one person. And then Assassin's Creed was supposed to be the brain baby of like two people, and it was supposed to be a trilogy, and then it took it from there. Um but that's usually how this starts. Like someone with a little bit of cash decides like, you know what, I want to turn this into a thing. And then they go based off of a picture or a feeling or a song or a thing, it's always based out of something, and then
Hmm.
they start concepting, and then it turns into something bigger, and then people join the team when they actually start developing it, blah blah blah. Like it grows from there. Like game development starts out with a very small team. Like it doesn't you don't immediately hire everyone because you're not going to
Right.
need environmental design artists that are going to create the eventual world when you're not even sure who the main character is going to be, right? it,
True,
it,
true,
it goes
true.
in steps. So I spent most of my creative world building energy on writing
Hmm.
my own work, my books. And then for games, I would very much love to work on an existing IP and help there and like put my writing skills into developing that world further.
Yeah.
Because I also know that I personally will never be able to set up a game. I'm too poor and I don't have enough skills.
There's not enough time in the day. That's the
Yeah.
you have the I think you have the skills. You just the time in the day to dedicate to honing and doing everything yourself just seems
No, but like I
maddening.
I would well, yeah, sure, but then I would probably need 300 hours because I don't know how to
Hmm.
program. So, like, based off of the fact that I don't know how to program, like, I wouldn't be able to set up a character with a fully fledged weapons and combat system. Like, I wouldn't
True.
know how to do that, so I would need help with that. So, like, that's
RPG
already
maker,
like,
you know? No.
yeah, like, Unity and Origin, Unreal Engine have like all the tools you need to make a fully fledged game, and I have using a tutorial, but
Oh,
that
I'm just
still
very
didn't
much
mean,
downplaying it. There's still so much.
hmm,
I the only experience that I fully have like when one of my good friends Trenchy in chat,
hmm, hmm.
he's the one that kind of was like, oh, you should look into this is fun because he's like a fucking wizard in my eyes with like Unity. He's been doing some cool like VR stuff. Like I'm so impressed. He's the one that programmed and built my Twitch audience scene. It's one of my favorite things. The most experience I have with Unity, I did the tutorial through Unity's site called to make a 2D space shooter game, and it took months, a month or two of just trying to follow. That's my downside. I hate school because like I don't like people telling me what to do. That's my number one issue of always. And like then on the opposite side, I have such a hard time learning things on my own just through like an internet tutorial. So trying to teach myself programming is the hardest thing I've ever seen. But I feel like it would also be incredibly frustrating learning it in a school because someone would be telling me what to do and I would hate it.
The thing also in our school is like because there's so many people that already came into this school with like some sort of like skill or talent, there's always someone who was already better at it than you. So you really were focusing on the one thing that you were good at because that was your thing.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
But yeah, like learning programming, like I don't think I'm also not the type of person that can really focus on something like that for more than like 4 or 5 hours max. Like I am really the type of person that loves doing different things like throughout the day. Like I'll go to work, I'll do my thing, and then I come home, and that's when I shut that off and I do what I want, like writing or like making nice dinner or like whatever. I like what Mr. Fabulous just said. Like I'm a workaholic. For most days, I get to the hospital at 6:30 a.m. and I don't go until 11 p.m. I couldn't do that. Like I would not be able to like spend my entire day on such a singular thing. And like I realized that it is different in different like industries. Like if you're a nurse or a doctor at a hospital, you're gonna see so many variations of things going on during your day that it's keeping your interest. But I still don't know if I could do that because I value the things I love too much to do that. Like
Hmm.
like writing is such a big part of my personality. I could never give that up.
Hmm.
So
And you're right. Like while I do say I love working, one of the most just demoralizing things, because at my last job, like the floor that I had worked on, one side was just wall to wall windows, and if I were to work like a double or a morning shift, or like starting in the morning in the winter, I would be taking the train downtown like before the sun rises. And then throughout my whole day, I see the sun rise and then the sun set all while at work. And even though I'm being proactive and making money and working and feeling useful, that part of me that's just like, but I wasted my whole day. That kind of feeling is always prevalent
mhm.
whenever I'm doing, even if I'm not working, even if I'm just sitting in front of my computer all day without realizing that the time has just flown by. Like I still have that inkling like, well, I wasted my day, even though that's not,
Yup.
you know yup. Even
Yeah,
though
that's
it's
what I
not
love
intrinsically
about being
bad.
able to work from home with COVID because no one's really gonna notice or give a shit if you step outside to go to a store or take a walk.
And that's what I
And
feel is
that's
so
what
much
I
better for
I
productivity.
know.
Like,
And that's what I miss when I'm actually at the office because everyone's so on your goddamn lip the entire fucking time. It's like if you're not working every moment of the fucking day, you're not doing enough. But in reality, if you're working for 8 hours a day, you're doing probably 4 to 5 hours of actual work. And then you're just fucking around, like talking to
hmm
people, smoking, doing other stuff. And like people usually waste that time because they want to appear like they're working and doing something, but if those people were actually allowed to go outside and take a walk or do some shopping or do something else, their productivity skyrockets and they come back and they're like, yeah, let's get back into it. At least
with
that's what
that.
happened to me, and that's what's happening to a lot of people currently.
And yeah, it's crazy the amount of pushback that I've heard from
Hmm.
people not wanting to work at home, and it just seems like it's a lot of people that weren't doing much work. And I'm generalizing because I don't know many of these people in real life. It's just from what I happen to hear and read on the internet of people. But like, I just feel like there's a lot of uh, complaints from people that don't seem to be doing much at work in the first place, like middle management or people that just oversee the people working. People working, I feel, love working from home because they're not being constantly micromanaged and the work is getting done, but without someone constantly over their shoulder reminding them that their work is their life for 8 hours a day. Like it just
And then the
seems
middle management is like worrying about like, oh my god, are they doing their job correctly? Because they can't sit on your goddamn lip. They're
right.
gonna have to wait and see until it's delivered.
Yeah, and it's crazy the different viewpoints of like people who are, and I know people that are working from home that hate it, that are like, I need to be in an office, otherwise I can't be motivated or productive. So I get it goes both ways, but it definitely seems like, people being comfortable while working seems to have a much bigger reflection of their personal mental state throughout the day-to-day basis. And people, work is still getting done. The world hasn't fully collapsed because no one's doing their jobs. It's just different. I feel more people are
Yeah,
having
and
issues with their kids being home and going to school online than they are with having to work from home mostly.
a lot of people also don't even really want to work from home, but they're just like, give us 4 day 4 work day weeks. So you have a 3 day like a 3 day weekend,
That
which
is that
already
I've been
allows,
wishing for that.
right,
Oh,
same. That would be
oh,
so good because you actually have time to do something in the weekend. You have like an extra day right in the middle.
yes.
You don't even maybe have to worry about going back to work.
Because
Like you
usually it's
could
one
even,
day to do all your chores. I have like,
yeah,
when I would 5 days a week, one day would be laundry, vacuuming, cleaning, mopping, like grocery store, and then home by like super late. And then I pass out. And then the next day I just don't do a damn thing. I don't
and
leave
then you
my
have to go
house for
back to
one
work.
day. And then you do everything again. Like I would love to have those 2 days of just decompression, one day to do
Yeah,
nothing, one day to go outside. But even on like that second day, like when it's just me, I'm like, I was outside getting groceries. Like, I don't want to, I'm going to stay in my pajamas for 24 hours and feel okay about it.
yup, yeah, I feel that.
So like, okay, let's say like after a stressful day of work, you come home, what's your go-to comfort meal? Do you have one meal that no matter how bad or good the day is, like that you just, it warms you up?
Either pancakes or New York pizza.
Ooh, what's your preferred? Do you have a okay? What's your preferred? We'll start with pancakes. How do you like your pancakes? Do you like them fluffy? Do you like them thin and crispy?
I like them Dutch.
So, well, I of course know it, but for all chat that doesn't know what Dutch pancakes are, well, like, can you explain to chat what a Dutch pancake would be?
A Dutch pancake is just it's a batter that's basically just egg, milk and flour. So there's no rising, it doesn't get thick, it just
Oh.
is. You just fucking throw it in a pan with some salt and some sugar, and it's like this really big, long, thin. It's like a crepe from like the
Mm-hmm.
French, but thicker.
Yeah.
And usually also not sweetened. There's a little bit of sugar in there, but it's not sweetened. And then you eat it with it's like crepes. Yeah, no, it's thicker usually. And crepes are also usually smaller. Like crepes, the thing about crepes is they're really, really, really thin,
Mm-hmm.
and Dutch pancakes aren't like that. And then you eat them with either just syrup or maple syrup or powdered sugar or you
That's
have
where you'll
like
get some
apple
of the sweetness
pancakes or
from.
bacon. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
or you can
Mm-hmm.
go savory. You have bacon. Like one of
Oh
my favorite
yeah.
type of pancakes is like a pancake that's filled with onions, cheese, and mushrooms, and then you flip it and close it, and you got like this melting like a calzone of a pizza or a pancake with
A
this filling.
pancake omelet, bro. That sounds like a
Mhm.
fucking
Oh,
dream.
it's so good.
Oh my god, that sounds amazing. Can you send me like a recipe for that? Because that I may have to try that
Oh
like for
yeah.
breakfast one of these morning or dinner.
The
Are
thing is,
you a
like
breakfast for dinner? Like that is that what you're implying too? Like pancakes, like at
pancakes,
the end of a
pancakes
bad
are
work
a
day?
pancakes are a dinner thing in the Netherlands. They're not
Oh,
lunch, maybe snack, not at all breakfast. Like just
huh.
pancakes for breakfast is almost like heinous here. It's like no, you start breakfast with something healthy.
That's my issue with breakfast foods. Like I'm not a big breakfast person and I don't believe in that old adage because it was started by Kellogg's or some General Mills of breakfast is the most important meal of the day. It was started by breakfast cereal companies. I believe you should eat something healthy, but I don't believe it
Mhm.
needs to be a giant filling bowl of sugar to be the
No, you
best
should
meal of your day.
have some breakfast, but it doesn't have to be like a giant sugar.
That's and breakfast foods at least because okay, so I'm not a big egg person. I don't like eggs on their own. Like I don't like really fried eggs, scrambled eggs. I eat eggs in things. So like I'll of course will bake. I eat mayonnaise, aioli. Like I eat eggs in things, but like I just don't care for eggs on their own. And so that really limits a lot of the breakfast options to like sweet foods, like you
Hmm.
know American pancakes, French toasts, like cinnamon like donuts like things like that I would enjoy as a kid. I can't do sugar or sweets in the morning or I just feel like crap all day. And so like usually
Me
it's like
neither.
just fresh fruit. Like fresh fruit is my favorite breakfast of all time.
My go-to breakfast is a bowl of porridge with a little
I
bit of honey, and that's it.
was gonna say
Like I
any like
need
cinnamon or brown sugar or anything
no,
on it.
just a little bit of honey, and that's it. Cause like I need something to start my day. If I don't have anything in the morning, I am not gonna be able to get through the day, or at least I'll be very, very miserable.
Mm-hmm.
But I need something. But I couldn't like I'm a really, really bad eater in the morning. Like the reason why I eat a bowl of porridge is because it's very easy to ingest. Like if I wake up and the first thing I do is I put like a big hunk of like pancake or bacon or bread in my mouth, I find it like almost difficult to chew and swallow. Like for some reason my body's just like not there yet. Like I just kind of want to like pour it down my mouth and be done with it.
100 the body yeah the mind is willing but the body just isn't there yet. I feel that.
Oh
I
yeah,
feel that.
absolutely. I like if it's like sometimes I will eat something solid for breakfast, like I'll make like a piece of toast or something, but then I have to spend like an hour eating it because I just eat it very slowly, like small bites. I also eat in tiny portions, like do I have a bowl like yeah, like this is the type of bowl that I would eat my porridge in, like fill it up to here, and that's my entire breakfast, and I would be happy to eat this and go until dinner with nothing else.
I feel that. I definitely like I don't I usually tend to eat like one big meal a day because I find like I'm always hungry and I will always just eat and always like cook and make food. And so I've really gotten better at, like you said, like all of my bowls and plates are small. Like I really try and do like small portion control things, because like if I eat like a big lunch at 12 or 1, I won't be hungry again until like midnight or 1, and then of course I'm gonna have to make me food late at night, and then I don't like eating like a giant bowl of like, you know, rice and or mac and cheese or glizzies and rice right before bed. Like that's just always a recipe for some weird nightmares, you know.
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I
a
really
breakfast.
hate eating before sleep because it like no, you need time to digest. It's just
Mm-hmm. Although to be fair, like some of the best naps and some of the best sleeping habits I've ever had were and I'm like I'm a radiator when I sleep. Like I'm a fucking heat engine. Especially after the one so for a while, for every birthday I would go to like a Brazilian steakhouse, because the concept of serving meat on a sword never fucking gets old to me.
I'm
It's
sorry,
the,
what?
so they'll walk around. Have you heard of the concept or been to like a Brazilian
Have I heard of
steakhouse?
what? Sorry, you cut out.
Like a Brazilian steakhouse, or like the that type of dining at all? I don't know if you have like a restaurant there or anything like that.
No, don't think
Like
so.
Fogo de Chao, other JZ, yeah. Like so basically you'll be at a table and they'll give you a coaster, like a little, like, you know, like a little like table coaster, not for your drink. One side will be red and one side will be green. And if you flip it to green, there's just like servers and hosts like walking around with just skewers of meat, of like all different meat, and there'll be like a little menu that'll tell you like what each meat is. So they'll have like chicken wrapped in bacon, they'll have like every different type of cut of like steak or beef, they'll have lamb, and like you'll just flip it green and people just walk around with meat on swords being like, filet mignon, sir? And you're like, yes. And then they'll be like, what temperature? And you'll be like, rare, please. And they'll just like, tell me when. And they'll just keep slicing off things of meat onto your plate. And then like more people, like 3 will show up at your table, like, I have lamb, like, oh, I have chicken, I have steak. And just be like, oh, I'll have, yes, please. And like, even when you flip it red, which means like, oh, don't come to my table, like I'm full, they'll still be like, so did you like the filet? I have a fresh one right here. And you're like, okay, you son of a bitch, I'm in. Like, cut me more of that. Like, it's honestly like,
That sounds intense.
it's intense. And the first time I heard about it, I was like 22, maybe 22, 23. I went on my birthday when I lived in Denver. I had kind of heard about the concept, but honestly, I hadn't. When my then friend was like, "How, this is right up your alley. It's like all meat. They serve meat on swords." And it's like a buffet that you don't have to stand up for. And I'm like, what? So we go, and like at my birthday, like my parents called, my mother calls me, and they like sing happy birthday. And the first thing I remember saying is, I'm kind of mad that I went 22 years of my life and you never told me a place like this exists. This is the restaurant that is made for me. It's meat on swords that they just bring to my table. I was so mad. Like, how dare.
God,
And they're,
that sounds nice, but then I would have like one filet mignon. They'd be like, I'm done.
and that's the
I
thing, like it's one of those meals that I have to prepare for, where like I won't eat
Right.
that whole morning, and then the day before I'll have like a bowl of rice at lunch. That way I'm just
Yeah.
like
Starved.
fiending for it. Just like maybe
Yeah.
smoke a little in the parking lot just to really get the engines revving. Uh
God.
but those nights, oh my god.
How does that
The
relate to you being a radiator? Because that's what you started the
so
story with.
so that was probably the worst night and the grossest night I've ever had,
Oh
because
God, here we
I
go.
had the worst meat sweats I have ever had in my life. I engorged myself on red meats that, like, when I got home, I just passed the fuck out. I had like two capareñas, which are amazing, like in a sense it's kind of like a rum cocktail with fresh muddled lime,
Right.
and some like brown sugar. Oh my god, they're so good. So I had like 2 of those. I was feeling good, and I had so much meat that like I fell asleep sitting in my couch. And when I woke up, I was like physically skin stuck to the couch because I was just sweating and just moisture trapped onto a leather couch, where it was physically
God.
like rip. When I have never felt more gross and have laughed so hard in my life than just falling asleep and waking up at like 4 in the morning to peel myself off of a couch.
That's a side of you I don't know if I'm happy to know about.
It was one of the grossest and funniest things I feel I've ever done in my life. And I didn't
I
even
haven't had
really
meat
consciously
sweats
do it.
before.
I just ate red meat and fell asleep on a couch.
Right.
Unfollow.
I love I'm a big meat eater. I love like spare ribs and steaks and all the good stuff. Like I'm really I'll never be a vegetarian or a vegan,
I
but I don't
can't.
think I've had meat sweats. But to be fair, I'm a very cold person. I'm cold all the damn time. Like I'm wearing my little woolen slippers right now and I'm still cold.
I
My
got my
feet are still
slippies on too. They're just too
yeah.
comfy to not wear around.
Even I have my blanket and I'm still cold. It's like
I
it's
usually
I've
I
lost
get really hot during these
weight.
things, so I'm like sweating already, but that's just me because whenever a camera or a phone is pointed at me, I instantly start sweating.
I mean, I'll get like nervous, like warm, and then it leaves, and then I just get cold again. But like I've lost weight in winters because I just spend so much time being cold.
Just bundled up until you're your own like just sauna at the end of the day.
Yeah, like I have like two of these blankets, and then like my normal like, and then like an extra blanket, and I have like a woolen blanket and another blanket, and like in mid winter I will be like just buried under all that, and I will not be able to live otherwise.
That's my favorite. That's my absolute favorite part of winter though. Like, and I guess that's the upside of being someone who's permanently cold is like cold weather clothes are my if I had an aesthetic, I would hopefully describe it as comfy. Like all of the things that I buy, I'm a very physical person. Like I always have hand sanitizer whenever I go clothes shopping because I have to touch everything before I even try it on. Like if it feels rough to my touch, I don't want it. And it like
Mhm.
it doesn't mean it has to be the most expensive, but I need things to like feel comfy. Sweaters especially, like, oh god, I love a good comfy sweater.
Yeah,
Like that's what I need. I need blankets, I need furry things, I need fleece and wools, and oh, can't get
me
enough.
too. I'm a very comfortable person. Like really got into fashion in the last few years, so I'll try and wear something nice. Like I put this on for stream today, but
You
when I'm
look
at home,
lovely. You look lovely.
thank you. This is one of those like Victorian inspired like shirts that I like to wear. I love it. It looks so good.
I love collars like that. Like
Oh yeah.
I love that. Hell
I
yeah.
love it. I've got this one in like three different colors. Um,
Is there a oh, go on.
but like I was gonna say, like I'll wear like something fancy for like going outside, but then as soon as I come home, it's like everything just disappears into the air, and I get a blanket and my leggings and a sweater, and then like I'll be cute for myself.
Just like a wink to the mirror and then yeah.
Oh hell yeah! Like I don't really care what I look like at home as long as I'm comfortable. But when I'm outside, I'll wear something nice.
Yeah, I had a professor in college that said something to me, and I've had very mixed opinions on it from people I tell this story to, but it's affected me to this day. So it's been, I don't know, 12 years since it wasn't even a professor. I take that back. It was someone in my costume department, like a fellow student. What's the term? I'm one of them now if I go back to school. Uh a non-traditional student. She was much older than the rest of us, you know. Um but because I where my dorm was and where like the theater school was right next to each other, so I could literally wake up 10 minutes and just walk to class, which I did my freshman year a lot. And I did the and there's nothing wrong with it, I'm not shaming anybody, this is just someone that said it directly to me, but I went everywhere in my pajamas. So like I wore pajama pants, I wore my slippers out. I did not give a fuck. Like I'd wake up 10 minutes before, hair just curled in a giant poof ball, like half of it sticking up this way from my pillow, just like awkward sweatpants, awkward slippers. And I was just remember waiting for the classroom to open up, and this costume design student came down from the shop and looked at me and just like sitting just like a schlob with my backpack and pajamas on, and she sat down next to me and she looked me and she just went, "I'm telling you this as a friend. Never wear pajamas in public. You look disgusting," and like stood up and left. And I have never forgotten that exchange. I have never worn pajamas out of my house. I have never worn slippers out of my apartment to even I will to
Yeah,
like take out the trash, but
yeah,
I am I think about that exchange probably more than any other college experience of like, I will have the thought of like, oh, I just need to run out to grab to the liquor store across the street. Easy. But I'm in sweatpants. I will change. I won't even wear the same shirt that I was like wear. Like I'll put
Oh,
on deodorant,
yeah.
I'll put on a new shirt, I put on jeans. Like if I'm going out in public, I have to. I have to.
Yep. Same.
That's a
Yeah,
good
like for me,
person. It's tough love. It's tough love.
for sure. But for me, like dressing nicely is a big source of like feeling confident when I'm outside. Like if I feel good about the way I look currently, I'll be a lot more comfortable. Like at least I know nothing's wrong with the way I look.
Yes, exactly. Because now, like when I'm in public, I'm afraid of being judged for everything about my person except how I'm dressed.
Yeah.
And that at least goes a long way. Like I still won't make eye contact with anyone walking down the street. I still will stare at my feet and just know where I have to go. But I know people that are looking at me aren't looking at me saying, "Hey, that guy's wearing pajamas and not looking at me." You know?
Right. Yeah. And like that's also why I really enjoy buying like more expensive, higher quality items because people you definitely notice. Like you're not
Mhm.
gonna sit there like that jacket's $400. Like you're not gonna sit there and do that, but they're gonna see that it's very well formed. It fits to your body. It's well finished. Like all the stitching is correct. Like it makes you look more complete and more neat. And like I am a staunch believer of every little thing counts.
Mhm.
Like, and this is gonna be some really tough love for some people in chat, but and I'm a subject to this too, but like people are like, no one's gonna notice like your pimple. No one's gonna notice if you have pimples. No one's gonna notice if your beard's not like correctly styled right now. Thing
Mhm.
is, people might not sit there and go, yeah, your beard is ass, or yeah, you have a pimple, but it deducts from the entire picture. And I'm a realist in that sense. Like I'm not gonna sit there and try and like sugarcoat the fact that I you can see I have like pimples and markings around my chin area, and that's always been a big thing for me because it's hormonal for me. Um, but I've always been very aware of the fact that yeah, it makes me look like a teenager sometimes when it's really bad, and I can dress as nicely and as formally and as like like adult e as I
Right.
want, but you're gonna see this, and it looks like I have a beard of pimples, and it's gonna deduct from the total picture.
Mhm.
So, like, that's why I'm very much a nitpicker for details, especially when it comes to like my appearance. And I won't go as far that's obsessive. Like, I don't wear makeup. I don't really care about that. Like, if I cared enough about this being an issue, I would have covered it by makeup. But my dislike for makeup and the fucking effort you have to put in to put it fucking on your face and then off your face, that all very much outweighs the fact that I have it.
Mhm.
So I accept that I have it and then I move on. I'm like, yeah, that's just part of me. That's part of whatever.
Body
But like that's
positivity. Perfect. I
right.
love that. Mhm.
But
Mhm. Mhm.
that's like something like people often try to kind of like look over like, no, you look great, no one's gonna notice. Yeah, they're gonna notice. Like it's a total picture, like everything. And that's like an argument I also use when I'm talking to like men. Because I'll sit there, I'm like, yeah, I really love this like this forest green cardigan, like it fits really well with this like bordeaux red pants. And then dude opposite of me is gonna sit there like, I don't really care and I wouldn't notice that those are the colors. No, you wouldn't notice that those are the colors, but you're noticing the total picture. And if I look nice as a total outfit, then you're also gonna say I look nice, right?
Yeah. And no, I that's funny though. That's but yeah, the I don't know, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, the whole picture definitely, and I feel like it's definitely like I don't want to say confidence, but it is. It's just like a confidence in your presentation of yourself. Like I feel like it's very obvious when people are, self-conscious of themselves or their appearance and things, but I feel like um oh my gosh, sorry. There's the what?
Yeah, the weirdos in chat.
Fruitish
Am I not
pop.
hot enough for your Habba Hotel date? Like,
Outrage. Outrage.
outrage.
Uh-oh. Work.
No, but
Oh, there it
like
is.
yeah, yeah, I'm confident about the way I look and the way I dress, but I'm still confidently feeling like a good 6 out of 10.
Oh, give
Like I'm
yourself much
still
more credit. Absolutely not.
Thank you. No, but I don't think very highly of myself, and I never have. But I'm a realist, so I'm gonna sit there like, yeah, okay, like I'm not the worst looking. Like I'm a 6 out of 10, and if I dress nicely, like maybe a 7 out of 10. But I still think ass about myself.
100%. My opinion of definitely myself is like way lower than I feel people give me credit for. It's all
Yeah.
this Snapchat filter. Like I if y'all saw what I looked like in real life, y'all would not y'all don't even know. It's all thanks to Snapchat. All right, there's I look behind me in space. There's a giant space gust and a clap of space thunder that I just heard really, really fucking loudly behind me, and that scared the fuck out of me through my fucking headphone.
I didn't hear
Oh my
it.
gosh. Oh, that's rain. That's space rain. It is space raining like sideways outside
Oh
right
my
now.
god.
Oh my god. It's like smashing. Space
Oh
quake.
god.
Spacequake works. Oh my god. Spacequake was the one that was breaking my stream all last night.
It
Like when
works.
Spacequake went, it froze OBS and crashed.
God. Oh.
I've been hesitant to say which of the channel points like would break the stream, but that's a really good sign. That's a really good sign.
And thank you,
Rolf's
Mr.
paintbrush.
Regulate.
Have you ever thought about what's the largest mammal you could knock out with your bare hands? They could go for a koala or a giant anteater. Interesting. Interesting. The largest mammal? Probably like a 3-year-old, like a 3-year-old human. I feel like I could comfort.
3-year-old mammals? Like I could fuck up this baby right now.
I could fuck up like how big is this baby? Because I could fuck up a big baby. Are we talking like a 10-pound baby? Oh man, I could
Dude,
choke
grab a
that child.
baby.
Choke the child, Trip.
Grab a baby, like if like just grab it by the head, find the soft spot, and just just gone.
Up,
Just
up.
it's over. You don't even have to wait to choke the child. You don't even have to throw it. You don't have to. No one needs to know. You gotta just like push a little bit. It's like a button. It just turns off.
Oh my gosh, I hope my internet isn't dying. I
No,
feel
your
like
camera's like better than it's been the entire time.
Okay. Thank goodness. I could take on a baby giraffe. Okay. That's
Humans. Wait,
giraffes.
I don't know.
That sounds terrifying.
I'm a relatively short, not very like strong girl. I probably wouldn't take up a lot. Like I could probably like like soccer kick a puppy. Like
Oh wait, Hobosa, the audio and camera just went a little funky.
oh
Wait for it.
oh
I'm seeing if it comes
oh.
back. But yeah, the audio just got a little warbled.
Do
I
I?
think it
Is
should
it
be
fixed?
okay.
Is it
I think
fixed?
it's
Is it
okay. I think it's okay.
hello?
I think we're
I
good.
was saying I could probably soccer kick a puppy, so maybe it's a good thing you didn't.
wait. Oh, I don't think we heard that. What was that last one? Maybe a little louder for the people in back. What do you think? No.
Wait, I don't think it's my internet. I think it's his.
I think it's mine because the rain is so fucking loud against my window right now.
Fuck you, Way.
Please, Way. Please, will you? Will you?
Oh no, not like
Way, please. I'm right here in space. Oh shit, that's the wrong button.
Professional streamer, everyone.
Professional, so professional that I'm stuck in this long. There we go. Now it's there. Hi, here we go. We're back. Is there like like an era of fashion that you wish you could have lived in during the time that it was growing, or do you not even lived in? Like, because fashion is always cyclical. Do you have like a favorite era of fashion, like for anyone?
Victorian.
Victorian.
I got these for a reason.
What's
No, like,
what's
one of the biggest like things that helped me become more comfortable in my fashion choices was being very like aware of my body shape.
Mhm.
And without going into too much details, because there's some creepers in chat. I feel like I have a quite feminine shape, so like large skirts that are like really tucked in at the waist. That shit looks good on me. So
Mhm.
that's why, like, you know what? I'm gonna try like longer skirts, like skirts that like are high waisted, pants that are high waisted, and I kind of rolled into like the Victorian time period with like lace and like the more like girly things and like long skirts. I'm like, yeah, I have a fucking vibe with it. But like 40s are cool too, 20s are cool too. Like there's it's like it's everywhere.
I was gonna say, like, especially for the Victorian thing, was that something that you discovered that fashion when you became interested in fashion, or was that like, did you see a movie, or like, was there a form of media that you really kind of saw where you're
No,
like, yo, this is, like Interview with a Vampire, that whole aesthetic, that hit different when I had seen that movie, like that whole just like sexy kind of
no,
Victorian vampire kind of feel. I remember that was one of the first instances where I was like, yo,
no,
what is all this?
it's kind of just like seeing it through like the ages or like at the ages as I grew up, basically, like just
Hmm.
movies and series and photos and stuff. I'm like, this looks good. I like the way this looks. Like I like a lot of like vintage traditional things. Like I'm not really a modern girl. Like if I could live in a like a good old mansion with like a lot of like old details and like wood and stone, I would much prefer that over an aluminum and concrete house.
What would be, have you ever pictured what you would look like if someone were to paint like a Victorian style portrait of you? Like what kind
No.
of pose would you have? Like would you be in a field? Would you be standing like regally by a fireplace? Like how would you want your like your okay, so you're in your mansion, you have your grand staircase leading up, like, and you just have like a giant oil portrait of yourself. Like
Oh
describe
god.
your outfit and where you would be in that. Like describe your
Bro, I don't
ideal.
know. Like what I love most about like Victorian fashion is like applying it in a modern sense. So like wearing something
Hmm.
that is still like very modern. So I don't think I've actually really pictured myself like as a Victorian in a Victorian time period. But more like just like
Mm-hmm.
someone that's really classily dressed. Like classy is a vibe that I want to go for. Like vintage, elegant, like antique, like that kind of stuff. But still modern. Like this is not a like it's not a reproduction. It's
No,
not
not a, yeah.
a vintage. It's not secondhand either. Well, this one particularly is secondhand, but like I've had more of these that I bought new out of box, but they're Victorian inspired styled, and that's where I like to go for.
And
So
I like that. I like that.
so yeah.
I'd be Jack the Ripper with a Slade prostitute at my boots. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, that's an interesting uh, take on that.
Who's your favorite mythical serial killer? I like Jack the Ripper. No. It's like, I don't know, how do you
My favorite mythical serial killer is Booty. Just basically admitted to being one earlier on stream.
What?
I don't
Me?
know what you're talking
What?
about.
What? Me?
It's Ghost
Space
nice.
Ghost. Hey, yeah. Thank you for noticing. Thank you for noticing. Impermanence. I love that name. I love that word. Impermanence is such a good word. Whoa. That was double dramatic zoom.
That was loud and it was
Aren't they
double.
so loud? Aren't they so loud? Now imagine 100 for 5 minutes straight. I don't know what to do.
You know what to do. You know what to do. Get
Chat.
on it.
Right, we chat. Do you want to let it all out? Do we need to have a break stream moment real fast? Do we need to have a break stream? I think Kabosa needs
It's like
to feel
every
what it's
single
like.
time it sounds doubled. Like it's not even once. It's just
It is being
doubled.
doubled right now. It is being doubled, which is a very bad sign, because when it's
Oh,
doubled, that means that things are about to break. Yep. Chat, you know what to do. Chat, I need you to hold me. Chat.
I can't hear you anymore.
Yes. Yes.
I'm watching this silently. I don't know what's happening.
Yes, chat. Yes. Yes.
Let me turn on stream because I'm not hearing what's going on.
Oh boy. Oh
Oh,
god.
we're back. Oh, we're back. Wait. Your audio keeps cutting out. Oh no.
It's all there. It's all there. Isn't that's, oh boy.
See,
I
the
don't know
thing
what
is, I didn't hear most of that. Your audio was just gone for the bigger part of that.
I'm trying to figure out a way to make it more legible. Impermanence, yo, my homie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Booty Land. I appreciate you, my friend.
You
Oh
have
no, the
very large
frames?
parts that you just cut out.
Frames are, we're dropping. We're dropping
Oh,
0 kilobytes, 2000 kilobytes. We're oh god.
oh
Okay, we're
god,
back. I think we're close.
I can see your stream stuttering.
She's stuttering. Wait for it. I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh, we're flying. I think this storm is doing something with my internets.
Oh, oh no. Oh no,
Booty's
no.
gimmick was his downfall. Tale as old as time. It's the what? It's the hero's folly.
He really is.
It was my ethos that was the end of me. Classic story. Yeah, my favorite. I love going into like narrative discussions too. Like that's so. So playwriting became one of my absolute favorite things. Playwriting was one of my absolute favorites, and one of the best things, and it goes into with my hand in hand with my love for like languages and stuff. Is just like the storytelling aspect of it, the concept of you briefly had mentioned. I believe it's the 12 stories or the 13 stories. Like there's everything has been done and can be siphoned down into like a smaller tube.
Mhm.
And I really love the one that was explained through the three concepts of each story is either fundamentally about like man versus man versus nature, or man versus self. And I really love kind of those like compartmentalized
Mhm.
aspects of it. Like how do you have a way of approaching writing, thinking of it from like a man versus self story, or do you find yourself carried away with just like the world building aspects of it? Like where do you find the joy in like mapping everything out and filling in the pieces, or do you enjoy like coming up with a scene that fits into a world that you've established and kind of piece it together, excuse me, from there?
My writing is very instinctual, so I'll write what I think feels good at that moment. And then the other thing I really love is world building.
Hmm.
So, like when I consume different types of narrative media, the one thing I enjoy the most is when it's like crafted in such a way that it's like it makes sense with each other. So, like one of my favorite ways of telling a story is like if the consumer of whatever it is that you're doing, reading, watching, whatever, is thinking, "Wait, shit, this might happen actually. Like this could be real." That's the kind of like thought process I want to invoke with my writing.
Hmm.
So those two things is kind of what I like aim for in my writing. But other than that, I
Excuse me.
don't really like follow any sort of like structure or whatever. It's kind of like just all instinctual.
Hmm.
And like what I'm currently writing, because I mean I'll say it like you are currently like proofreading something that I'm writing. I like for that because that's like a much more like thought out piece. A lot more like work has gone into that, like regarding world building and actually like story structuring and that kind of stuff. But my original
Hmm.
work did like that was all just like whatever I felt like that evening. I mean, of course, I would follow a story like there was something going on. I wouldn't just sit there and write like random little stories,
Hmm.
but I would just do what I felt like was nice that evening. Which is the same reason why I can't write every evening, or why I don't like writing during the day, or why I listen to a certain type of music during different types of scenes to get that vibe, that feeling. Like if I don't have that, I can't write.
Hmm. Hmm. It's not so much like you will force yourself to write
Oh
just for the sake of getting something down. It's
no.
more of like a you need to feel the passion kind of a
And
vibe.
I'm very wary of that. Like I don't ever want to cross into that territory because then I'm turning writing into a job and something that I have to do,
Hmm.
and then I'm gonna start deducting from what I actually enjoy, and I'm gonna turn it into a chore. And the day I lose my passion for writing is the day I fucking just die. You know,
Hmm.
I don't ever want to lose that. So
I feel that. I feel that. So yeah, it's a very like fine line edge of wanting to throw yourself into your work, but not make it
mhm.
your too heavy life focus, because that's what's always so scary and impressive whenever I see writers like Stephen King is the one that comes to mind, where dude will rush out like a 1,000 word or 1,000 page book over the course of a week, like a cocaine fueled weekend, and just like that is like insane to me.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm a very fast writer. Like just
Hmm.
the other day, I wrote like an entire chapter, which is about 6,000 words, just in one evening. Takes me 2 hours. Um, but that means that sometimes I don't write for like 2 days. Like when I was a teenager, when I was like out of school and I didn't really have homework, or I did homework. I did have homework, I just didn't do it.
Hmm.
I spent like days upon days writing, and I could finish a book in like 3 weeks or 3 months. Sorry, not weeks, months. Like I've written multiple books in a year, but then they're not revised, they're not edited, they're just raw, like typed it out,
Hmm.
sent it. So what I'm currently working on takes a lot more time because I want to actually put a lot of thought and effort into the chapters themselves, and I this time I actually am making a point out of going back and evaluating and revising the work. So it's taking more time, but it's still like relatively fast because I just write fast.
Hmm. It's oh shoot. I feel like I was gonna ask a follow up question for that. Oh yes. So when you're writing like that, or when you say you have like a good idea, like the only like relevant I feel experience that I have is when I was like in class doing like playwriting, and so when I'm writing in my head when I'm writing, I'm envisioning it on a stage being performed, being played out. Do you envision like the scene, the visual scene of like characters interacting, or do you have the general idea and kind of flesh it out? Like I guess what I'm asking is like while you're writing, are you playing a movie in your mind of these characters doing these things, or you're pretty much letting your brain flow with kind of just like its thoughts as it happens?
I am a visualizer. Every scene that I've written, like I could name it in detail, like what is happening, and I actually have to stop myself from not spending like I could like spend honestly 3 pages detailing every little thing, but I have to like keep reminding myself that's not important to the reader. They have to get like a general vibe of what's going on, especially if there's an element that's important to the story. But otherwise, let them envision it themselves. Like you need to
Hmm.
give them a setup and then go from there. 'Cause they don't need to know specifically every little thing. But, like, my brain is very weirdly detailed in that way. Cause like, I've had dreams where I could describe the texture of the chair I was sitting on, like, that current and it was even, like, not a big thing in in the dream, but I could remember it front to back in such excruciating detail. It was almost scary. And I feel like that's definitely because I've trained my brain to do this. Like I visualize, I see exactly what is going on. The
Hmm.
only thing I cannot accurately visualize is the faces of characters.
Interesting.
Because human faces are so important to our brains, to the way we interact with other people. It's like thinking of a color, like make up a new color. You can't just make up a new face. That doesn't
Right.
really happen. You're always sort of like picking pieces from other people that and I'm not great at that. Like I don't sit here and think like that actor is specifically this character, and it's not going to matter in a book because you're not going to sit there and describe the bone structure of their left cheek. Like that's not going to happen.
Hmm.
So the only thing that isn't like detailed down to like the texture of their skin is faces. Like I'll
Which I
have
kind
hair,
of like because that allows people to fill
but
in with their own
right.
personal worlds. Like that allows someone to like even going so far as like, elaborately describing like their outfits and their costumes. But like you said, the rooms they were in, like to paint that picture, it's almost like giving people like, the tools to create the story in their mind that way. When the faces are blank, I feel like that allows a character to really come to life in someone's mind. Like it really allows them to have like
Like
I
I'll
don't know, more
describe like
character.
eyes, or brown eyes with blonde hair and like a beard and like a blocky jaw, but that's like not that detailed. You still have a vibe of the character.
But
Like
like when you
that's
say that, like I can picture in my head like a person, and I guarantee it's different from how you would maybe think of that. But that's what I love is that like reading is such more of like a personal experience and journey that, and I'll say it. There's stories that you can only get in books and not in video games and movies because of just that personal attachment that you get. Like when you watch a movie in a theater, 50 other people are watching the same thing, but 50 people reading a book, and you can have 50 different experiences with reading that same story, which is what I love. Like I love that, like especially when we were in English classes or something growing up, we read a book and it was like, well, how do you see this person? And like everyone would have a different answer. Everyone has such personal connections to these, and I don't know, that's why I really, really enjoy I really enjoy that part of like, reading and narratives, when you have like that ability to weave a story for multiple people to be affected in different ways, and they may all be different than your original intention. And that's what's so cool about it is yeah, that it has holds like that on people.
Yeah, me too. I love that. Like people have asked me like, do you see yourself like having a sorry, I'm just adjusting something because my night light just set in, so everything just got really yellow. Turning it off. But what I was saying, people have asked me like, do you want your books to be turned into like a series or a movie? Like if it would get to that. And like I don't know. Because I personally enjoy movies more than I do TV series because series can drag on so long and
Mhm.
people have to put in a lot of effort into actually keeping up with that. So I feel like if my work would be turned into a TV series or a streaming series, whatever it is, I feel like that would not do the work justice. I feel
Mhm.
like it would come so much better to its right as a full picture like movie with like effects and everything. But then a movie doesn't have enough time to really
Mhm.
get the nitty-gritty of my writing, so it's really difficult, and, like, that's why most, like, TV productions for books, like, whether it's a movie or a series, don't go very well because it's so hard to get all the details on screen versus what's in the book.
Mhm. And that kind of, I feel like, almost plays back to what I was saying with like people's personal connections, like a small, tidbit in a chapter that meant the reason for like someone loving this book series was left out because someone was like, well, that part didn't mean anything to me. And I feel like you could say that about so many, just every chapter of the book, every sentence someone has a personal attachment to that can't find its way into something. Um, oh man, I do have to go to the bathroom again real fast because I pee all the time. Um,
Yeah, I mean, same, but I'm good
so
currently.
would you like to be left with chat, or I can put on the audience scene if you'd like? I can leave it up to you, my friend.
Because I know myself, and I'm also team small bladder, I'm just gonna go to the toilet.
Of course, of course. So, my friends, we're going to turn up some music. We're going to be right back. We're both going to take a little pee pee poo poo check. So,
Yes.
fam, we'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to put on you little cuties in Twitch chat. Get my little Twitch chat scene going, and we're gonna be right back, my friends. We'll see you so soon.
Yes.
Hello. Hello. What up, fam? Just getting situated back in my chair. Just getting situated back in my chair. Alara! Yo! Alara! Thank you for the 4 months, my homie. Thank you for the 4 months. Why? There we go. Hi. Oh my. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. My activity feed is and the music is so high. Oh my gosh, there's too many things to keep track of. There's too many things to keep track of here. Oh my gosh. Streaming is there's so many buttons and I only have 2 hands. Like I feel like if I had a prehensile tail, streaming would be so much more easier. Like if I could just like grab a drink with a little like tail and set it down while I need to do like I'd be so much happier. So much happier. Standing on the shoulders of giants is what I like to refer to it as. Like, steal from the best. Like that's the thing. Storytelling, streaming, it can apply to most forms of, like, you know, artistic endeavor. The greats have already been established as great, so, you know, learn from them and then, you know, make it your own. That's the best I feel like writing any sort of art advice I've ever been given is take as much as you can and like not necessarily plagiarize and steal, but steal ideas from everything and everywhere. Like that's my favorite thing to do. Also, I just saw, so I use Streambeats for all like the royalty-free music on stream, and they just put out a Christmas Streambeats, which I just switched to. So, well, it's not like overly Christmassy because, you know, royalty free, but it's still got some nice lo-fi Christmas vibes. I don't want, if I put it on, I feel like my voice would constantly be cutting out though, but I could send you that link after. We oh, what? I'm sorry. True. Oh, shoot. I'm an idiot. Wait. Oh my god. I think I had you muted on stream. So, yep. I'm sorry. Yep. I just realized. There's too many buttons. So, my bad.
Yep, there you go.
Thank you,
I'm
Ray.
back. I've been here for a bit, but
I just saw that too. Like my whole thing is just having a lot of refreshing icons. Maybe. Oh my god, they're back. Okay. Yeah, everything froze on my activity feed and my media request. Everything was frozen, so that's an interesting sign.
Dying to the storm, God.
Everything is dying, but that's okay because, you know, that's the circle of life. What are you gonna do? So we've talked about some stuff, but I'm curious. One of these questions on this little Proustian questionnaire, and I'm interested, is if you could have any profession in the world, like monetary compensation aside, what would you do? Like, what would your ideal author?
Yeah.
I love that.
Hands down.
Hands down.
Yeah. That's a bucket list thing. If I can sustain myself as an author with what I earn from my books, it doesn't even have to be big. It doesn't have to be Harry Potter. It doesn't have to be or Hunger Games. If I can live comfortably from my books, I'll. That's a bucket list just striped out.
The dream, fam. Wouldn't that be fucking dope? Like, oh my god.
Because then I can also totally live by my own schedule. Like, the idea that I have to work 9 to 5 for the rest of my life makes my heart just drop. If I could be an author and just do my own stuff, like if I want to step out and go for a walk in the autumn sun, I'll fucking do it. You know, if I want to go like hang out with people, I'll fucking do it because I write and I publish a book and that's my income. Like that's like bucket list.
Mm-hmm. Or take your, like, you know, laptop to a zoo or a park and work outside for the day. Or damn. Do you do you have like a pen name you would go by? Have you ever thought about like an alias that you would write under, or would you always want to, like, not obviously
No,
dox yourself, but you always want to go by like your real name for an authorship,
no.
or?
I mean, I haven't really thought about it. I think I'll just go by my normal name
Mhm.
because I feel like I've talked to so many people in my life that I've talked about like writing and like publishing and that kind of stuff that like at this point they know. Like it's already out there in the world. It's not like it's suddenly like a hidden thing like suddenly coming out.
Mhm.
I'm a writer and that's what I do and it's what I love. Like I'll just use my real name.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And then on the other hand, is there like a job or profession that you just don't want to do? Whether one you've done and learned, like, not for me, or one that just terrifies you to think about possibly doing?
Any monotone office job 9 to 5. Cuz
Hmm.
I like just crunching numbers, going to work, going home, eating dinner, going back, crunching numbers, going home, eating dinner. That scares the fuck out of me. I could not live like that.
And that's one of the things too that I feel, even though there is some challenge in it and new things, that one of the reasons I didn't like school, or that I really gravitated towards working in the restaurant industry and bartending, is that I like going into work where things are different. I like having a new challenge every day. I like new things. I agree. Like I've tried to do like office administration where I just sit at a desk and answer the phone with the same line and set the same meetings every week and fill printer paper, and it just, I know work doesn't have to be fulfilling, but I just feel so unchallenged that it feels unfulfilling to me. Like I like having issues. I like having problems arise that I need to
I
fix.
guess I like to set my own challenges because, like, you mentioned
Mm.
earlier, like you're really bad at being told what to do. Same. I don't, it's not that I get pissed off or like I'm like oh no, now I don't want to do it anymore. Like that's not how it is. It's just like it's such a fucking bother when someone else tells you to do something. Like that's one of the things I hated about like game development is I'm not a I can be a leader. I am a leader type person. Like I'll take the lead if I have to, if I feel like it would make us benefit like from me being a leader, but it's definitely not a choice I want to make. I don't want to be the leader. I want to
Mhm.
be the type of person like do this, I'll do it. We're done. No more fuzzy business. I'll deliver my work and I'm over it. And like that's the way I want to work. So like there were like helicopter parents, but then like our product owners or like our team leaders that would just sit on my fucking shoulder like, have you finished your work yet? Have you done your thing yet? Have you finished it? And I would just be like, fuck off. Like
I'm
that's
about
just
to
that
finish your life is what, like.
I know. Like if you're gonna sit there like I want you to do this and then check on me every fucking minutes, that's the like type of telling me what to do I viscerally hate.
Mhm. Mhm.
So like
Mhm.
I'll work for someone. Like if you give me a bullet point list of things that needs to be done, I'll do it. But don't sit there and like point your little finger at me, like, cause
Right.
then I'll lock out. Like then I just won't do it.
Same. And like I get super discouraged when someone doesn't, like, when someone says yes, do project A, and I do it my way. Like I find it and they're like, well, that's not the right way to do it. You need to do it this way. And it's like, like I get at workplaces there are certain, protocols
Mhm.
that places do for certain events, but when it comes to like, from my own perspective, when it comes to how I need to use a shaker tin, it's like, but that doesn't affect anything other than like my comfortability doing my job. Like if I need to do it in a certain way, that's like, but just because like I don't know, it's very pedantic, I guess. It's like it's very not applicable to most
Like
people, but
one reason why I was having a bad day today, because I said to Booty earlier that I was happy to be on tonight, but I was really just deflated from having a shit day. One of the things that happened is like I'm currently helping a woman with like some of her tech issues, like web design, like computer, like stuff like that. And she had made a little list for me if stuff she wanted to touch on and like do, but like she wrote down rename documents, put Teams on my phone, do this. And then she's like, "I go look at your list, do the things that's on your list." I'm like, "Dope, that's the way I love to work. Give me a list, I'll do it, and get out my hair." But then she left. She took her phones with her, so I couldn't do that. I couldn't help her with her phone issues. And like, what documents need to be renamed, and to what do they need to be renamed? And then, like, I sat there just like, kind of twiddling my thumbs, like, yeah, I mean, I had a really bad night's sleep, and I could have been asleep still. but she was just in her meeting with like, and I didn't know what to do. And then eventually she came back, and she got angry with me, or like not angry, but annoyed with me that I hadn't done it. And I'm like, I mean, and she didn't even want to pay me for the time because like I didn't work. I'm like, I would have worked, but your list is like trying to read hieroglyphics. It's like I don't know what you asked for me here, like, and that frustrated me to no end because she was getting
Oh my
kind of
God.
pissy.
That would be incredibly frustrating. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, because yeah, that's, oh my God. Just rename all of them to PP1 through PP100. Absolutely. And ATG, that is like a real thing. Like, no, you have to shake it more sexily. Like, yeah, that's like a whole visual thing that I've been told before. Like, you can't shake so aggressively. Like, you can't shake so, like, you have to shake it so, but it's like, that's not how drinks work. Like, that's not how that works. Like, you can't just shake something like this.
Or what are you?
Oh, that's how I got a promotion, but that's another story. Slow and sexily is how you get promotions, not make cocktails. That's the key.
Your shaking is scaring the customers. It's just like a fucking earthquake.
True, it is. It's like one of the best, like one of the guys that I studied of like cocktailing from told me some really good advice that the people in the furthest corner from the bar should be able to tell you're making a cocktail by like your shake. Like people should be hearing, because it's all about like, you know, surface area and getting water into the drink.
Okay, there we go. That's booty shaking.
Space Quake.
Yeah.
Shaking rubber, sexy and pee-pee. What a great time to join. What up, Kem?
Hi,
What
Kem.
up, Kem?
Hello.
Perfect
Okay.
time. Perfect time. Okay, so here's where it'll be. Here's another hard-hitting one for you. Do you have like a sound or a noise that you love? Apart from like words, but like, is there like a sound or a noise that like it transports you?
Someone genuinely saying they care about me.
I love that. Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah. Chat, come on. Give let's take a minute. Let's take a minute. My
No,
ooh voice. Oh, that's it for me, Wade. That's my
I
ooh.
don't love it, but it is hilarious though.
That's my vote.
No,
That's my sound or noise.
The sound that I love is the sound of rain on a tent, like sitting in a tent and just like tapping.
Oh,
I don't like that.
that one was double loud and a little delayed, but oh my goodness, peppy. What up, Ninja
Like,
Fire? How you doing, baby?
that ain't it.
I
No, just rain in general, like against like the window or like specifically on the tent. It's just like
just that little soft like vinyl pep. Oh my god, yep, like that. I'll leave an air conditioner unit in just because I love the sound of rain hitting the air conditioner outside my window. That's like the best white noise for me. I sleep the best in cold thunderstorms.
wood crackling from a fire.
Bro, that's what I was gonna say. Like that, just the sound of a fire, like especially when like it's just completely quiet around you, and just that soft pop and just nobody talking is, that is just so peaceful. It's so
one of the
comforting.
things, like one of the musts. If I'm ever gonna buy a house, I want a fireplace, a real one. I know that's like, good for the environment. You're burning stuff and carbon dioxide. Like, get out of here. I want my wood fire in my wood fireplace in my house.
We deserve a little CO2 every now and then. We deserve it. You know, we work hard, we relax hard. That's what I like to say.
We're abolishing gas burners in the Netherlands, so like it's only gonna be like electrical or induction cooking.
Really?
I feel like, yeah,
Interesting.
because we have in the upper part of the Netherlands, called the province called Groningen, there's a lot of like earth gas there, and a lot of drilling happens there, and that's like the only type of gas that we don't export or import. That's our own gas, and then we import a lot from Russia. We don't want to be dependent on Russia anymore. Like that's a thing that the government's really working on. Like,
Understandable.
Drilling for earth gas in Groningen is becoming an issue because it's causing earthquakes. and
Mhm.
people's property is being damaged, and the government doesn't want to pay up for it. It's like a whole ordeal. It's like really bad. So the whole country is kind of just moving away from gas burners, like fire burning like stoves.
Damn,
So I feel like if
that's
we
great.
do
That's
that,
cool.
I can have my fucking fireplace. Thank you very much.
Right, right. Like that's just being patriotic, you know. You're not supporting the Russian oligarchy. You have your own voice for it. I love it. What up, pimp? What up, ham and cheddar? What
Hello.
up, baby? How you doing, ham? How you feeling today, my friend? Thank you for being here. How you doing?
Discussing good noises, like
Good
crackling
noises.
fire or the rain on a tent, you know.
Oh man, like that's my go-to spot
Both
or
at the same
Spotify.
time.
My little Amazon Echo by my bed knows now where I don't even have to say like play Spotify playlist. All I have to do is just yell at it and say thunderstorm, and it plays like a 9-hour playlist of just my thunderstorm curated playlist.
I couldn't do that though. Like I can't sit here and like listen to like an ASMR track of fire crackling. A fire crackling maybe, but like not thunderstorms, because thunderstorms is also something I really really love. Like that deep rumble. I love that. But like I would have to like listen to the real thing. I wouldn't be able to sit here. Well, maybe with these headphones now that I've got like a good quality setup for like audio, but like I can't hardly take these to bed. Like,
Right.
so
I feel like I'm a very
I need to
at
feel it
least
in my
when-
bones. Exactly.
Exactly. Oh man, nothing feels like a good like clap of thunder and like seeing the light. Oh my, I love that. But like I definitely, when I'm sleeping, when I was growing up, I was always the person that would have like a TV on or the radio playing to go to bed. But as I got older, like I don't like if I can hear actual words or music or something my brain can latch onto, I stay awake. I can't fall asleep. And so I like having like a fan on or like I need a little white noise to like make my brain shut up enough. Beep
I'm the
beep.
complete opposite. If it's not dead silent, I cannot sleep. I
And
need.
that's when my brain goes a million a minute.
See, that's the thing. Like for me, complete silence helps me shut that out.
Interesting. I love that.
Because if there's no sensory stimulation going on, then I can like relax a lot better. So no
So
light, no sound.
So would you say on the opposite end, like a sound or a noise you don't like, would silence fall into that, or is there like another sound or noise that really just irritates more?
The sound of the central heating jumping on. Like if I'm in bed and I just hear the whirring, like hate it. But like it's not like so much that I hate the noise, it's the context. Like I'm trying to sleep and there's noise going on, like
And it's gurgling
like,
and hissing and
right. And something else that I viscerally hate is just the sound of my neighbors through the wall. But like that's you hate it because of when it happens and how it happens, not because
True,
of
true.
what it is. If
Interesting.
noise
Yeah,
that
I've never heard the radiator kicking on, but definitely I used to hate like anything that causes me to like have to turn the volume up on whatever I'm listening to in the
causes you to
background
what?
always
Sorry, you
drives
cut
me.
out.
Oh, anything that causes me to turn the volume up of anything I'm watching in the background or trying to like relax. I hate disruptive noises like that.
So
yeah,
you do
yeah.
good with noise canceling headphones.
Yes, and that's what the old headphones that I used to wear on stream are noise canceling, and I'd always have them on, which was a definite shock putting these open on because I can hear everything around me and it's terrifying. I constantly am feeling like I'm hearing outside influences. BBQQ.
But you've used those headphones for a while. Is it something you like? Or would you like
I
to
can't
back
imagine.
forward?
I haven't even listened to my old headphones again. Like I took the cord from these to listen to my phone walking around because these are just fucking they feel like a pillow on my head. I've never been more comfortable wearing headphones for
That's me
hours
with
and
these.
hours a day. Which ones are those? Which one are those again? What are you rocking?
HT 650s. I got the box right here.
HD650s. I know. I see it in the background. I'm just like, I'm trying to scope it out. Oh man, how do you like those? How do you like those? What was your were those your
Amazing.
first like audiophile headphone type deals? Oh god.
The sound just cuts out. I can't hear it. It's completely dead silent for me right now.
That's probably a good thing. Probably a very good thing.
I'm kind of glad I don't need to hear this.
instead, we have
Oh, you're back.
this. My voice won't sound weird to you, but it's deep for everyone else.
No, yeah, but yeah, these are like the real audiophile headphones that I've had. Like I've always tried to buy like higher quality headphones. Like I was never like a Beats by Dre girl. Like like my previous headphones are right here. Let me grab them. They're a pair of Sennheisers. Like I always preferred like higher quality audio because it's so important to me when I write. But these are like the real deal headphones that my first pair that I've bought, and like I hope they're gonna be the last for the next 10 years at least. Like they're headphones that are made to last. So
very much so. Yeah, I've heard nothing but amazing things about them. Do you have a go-to like song or track or soundtrack that you use to like test headphones or test your new speakers or anything? Like, is there one song that you like? I need to see how this sounds in high fidelity.
Yes, it's two. It's the original Ezio's Family track from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, and the violin version by Taylor Davis, I think her name was.
Oh shit.
Because both are equally just absolutely fucking stunning, but they're a little bit different. Like the violin version, I am in love with like any type of like string instrument. So like mostly like bass or violin, like those types of instruments. I can sit here and like easily be moved to tears like within seconds listening to something like that. And that like specific Ezio's Family track is also one of the very first files that I ever got in like a FLAC format, like lossless format, because I just had to get it in like the best quality possible. And even now, it's one of the things I listen to with these headphones, and it's an experience. That's so good.
That's so wild. I've only tried like really good headphones at like other people's homes with like a track or something, but yeah, I've never had that kind of like super high fidelity of listening to music that strongly.
But music, like, you can hear other stuff like better too. Like one of the things I hate the most is that like, and this is so specific, but Wubby, when he's like thrusting at the camera, like you can hear his nutsack fucking slap like this. Hearing that with this is not great. Not great. I'm not gonna lie.
No more soundscape, please. No more.
Yeah, no, I don't want to hear in detail what it sounds like for a pair of testicles or a single testicle. We don't know. We don't judge. To be like flapping all about. Thank you. I'm good.
Oh Lord.
It makes it sound better. What do you mean? No, it makes it sound more detailed. Not better, just worse.
Just HD. Just.
It sounds sweaty.
You can feel each sweat molecule on the skin. Like, I don't want that. I don't want that.
It's just like a moist body slap.
The moist body slap. That's a sentence. Yeah. That's a sentence.
That's a sound I hate. The sound of people having sex. Oh, it's disgusting. I don't like it.
Yeah, there's something about that just
He has such a way with words.
I think the most detailed I've ever heard it was from a flatmate of mine, that she was just a bitch to begin with, hated her, didn't like her at all, and then she decided that it would be a really good idea to have sex on a 10 a.m. Thursday morning when I was actually, working from home. So I opened my eyes and the first thing I hear is and just fucking wet meat slaps. And then I step out in the hallway and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And it got even worse when she started moaning. And the thing is, our student apartment, like, I gotta sketch the situation here. We had a tiny student apartment. We had my room, kitchen, her room. That's it. And a hallway connecting it. And like our walls were super thin. Like if you were standing with the doors closed, like facing the wall, you could talk at a normal level, you could hear everything.
Oh no.
Now that her having sex in the other room.
It was like you were right there. I don't like that.
Honestly, it was like I was right there, and it's not that I like. It's so awkward. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want to have to hear. I dislike her anyway. I don't really need to hear this ever since, I'm not gonna lie, I have a little bit of PTSD hearing clapping noises. Because I'll sit here in the middle of summer with my window wide open and I'll just hear in the distance. I'm like, I swear to God, someone's just fucking getting dick down in their garden, and I don't need it. Don't, like, I hate it. I fucking hate it.
I love that. I hate it, but I love that. Oh my god.
Having to listen to other people having sex is the worst.
I agree. I haven't heard that answer yet, and I 100% agree. 100% agree. Oh my god. So, okay. We're gonna be winding down, Habosa, but I have one final question for you. It doesn't mean we're gonna end right now. Winding down. We're gonna be winding down for a moment, but I have one final question. It gets a little deep, but only, nothing too crazy. As deep as much of an answer as you would like to give.
My roommate got it.
Okay, so if you were with your roommate, no.
I said as deep as my roommate got it.
Oh no. I don't like that. It won't clap as hard, I promise that. It won't clap as hard. It'll be like a golf clap of a question. How about that?
Oh no. Okay, yeah, sure.
So, now I'm sweating again. So if...
Just like she was.
Oh no. We'll cut this out of editing. We'll cut this out. No. So Habosa, if heaven were to exist and you were to meet your creator at the pearly gates, what would you want them to say to you?
Boy, I don't know, because I don't believe in an afterlife. I'm a very factual, scientific person. Like, if I hadn't gone into game design, I probably would have gone into medicine. If I hadn't gone into medicine, I probably would have gone into like something with space related, because I love stars and like moons and suns and shit. And so I don't think there is a creator, so I don't know what that entity would say to me and what I would want them to say to me. Like, I don't know, something validating, I guess, like you lived a good life, like.
And that's fair. That's right. Yeah, it's just I kind of like the question because, like myself, yeah, I am 100%.
Because what?
Atheist.
Sorry, you're cutting out.
Oh, I said, yeah, like myself, I'm 100% an atheist. I adore the concept of theology and religion and people's need for them, but yeah, it doesn't do anything for me. But I still always love the concepts of people's visions of the afterlife. But yeah, my friend.
I could consider it like something like a shared consciousness that like kind of flows between everything, but like nothing that we could ever prove, nothing that we could ever know of. Like, I'm willing to entertain the idea of something that's beyond us, like that, because that like comes down to like the whole like sixth dimension as well. Like, yeah, there's stuff that we just cannot perceive. There's just stuff that we cannot see. We will never know it exists. So for all we know, there's like this, like we are a hive mind of consciousness, but we just don't know because we can't see it. And then the moment we die, our consciousness gets like put back into the hive mind. Like, I don't know. We don't know. Like, we'll never know. So the religion doesn't do anything for me. I don't really take any like strength out of faith. I like to trust science more than anything else. So. But I do believe there's definitely stuff we just haven't seen yet.
100%. 100%. So hold on one second, my friend. I will be right back. But yeah, I will be right back, my friend. Would you like to be left with chat for just a moment?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to be right back, my friends. Treat Habosa. Oh, very well. I will be right back, my friend.
Hi, chat. How's everyone doing? Chat's kind of silent. Y'all still awake? You're not bored yet with our talking? Or are you super over it. Hi. Hi, the other Jay-Z. I'm guessing everyone's super over it. Habosa stream. Yeah. Impromptu Tuesday Habosa stream. Actually, it's Wednesday for me, but... Hi, Trip. How are you? Are you bored yet? Did you fall asleep? Listen to us talk about self-esteem and fashion and game design and everything else. Good talk. That's a weird looking little... Alright, well, just self-esteem omega lol, yeah. Could listen to you guys all day. Good. Hi, Abosa. Hi, fourth inversion. Hello. Yeah, self-esteem is a weird thing. And Booty's not currently here. This is my stream now. He did say, like, if he dies, the stream's mine. He says that's not true, but that's, you know. We've agreed this, off stream. How are you? How are you, fourth inversion and Trip and erotic? Could listen to you guys all day. Good. Like me too. I've had a lot of fun talking to Booty. Just sitting here talking, like discussing stuff. Oh shit, Habosa stream now. I'm here for it. Yeah, well, I mean, we're about to wind down. Actually, like this is the end of it. Like Booty's gonna come back and he's gonna yeet me out of his Discord, and then that's it. Good. I'm tired as fuck. Yeah, I'm also tired. I didn't sleep very well. I've been awake since 9 AM this morning. It's 2 AM now. That's okay. I'm a chill mood today. Yeah. I feel better now. I had a shit day, but this was fun. I was considering postponing until next week, but I don't know. I'd been looking forward to this the entire week, so maybe someone should listen to me. What do you mean? Wait, who are you? Do you guys have music on? Because it's silent for me. You sleeping at a normal time? Well, fuck you, bitch. Like, no. Like, my sleeping schedule is thoroughly fucked, but it could be, like, less fucked. Because currently, I tend to go to bed at, like, 4 or 5 AM, which is just too late. Shouldn't do that. Bro, not a feeling got only 3 hours sleep, yeah. No, I've been going to bed way late, but as soon as stream ends here, I want to start playing some Valhalla, because tomorrow, I don't, is this self-promotion? Tomorrow I'm streaming, I feel like I can't say that. And then, so I can't actually play Valhalla tomorrow either, because I'll be live, and so I'm gonna play it after stream. Valhalla, yeah, yay! Peep clap.
People clap. I'm so sorry. That was so unprofessional. I apologize.
It's fine.
Oh my gosh, I had to fucking. Long story short, we can talk about it. Oh, okay. Perfect.
I was chat.
Oh, good. Chat, did chat treat you? Did chat treat you well? Do we need to have a stern look with chat?
I was being a little bit like lippy.
But that's when he's at his cutest.
I know. It is true. He is. I mean,
love way.
I'm sorry, Ray.
Oh.
You're my main cutie. You're my best friend. I could never say it.
So my friend, I feel like, I've asked you a lot of questions. Do you have any questions for me at all? Like, I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but I don't want to make this very one-sided at all.
When are you gonna come visit the Netherlands? Like, when is everyone gonna come visit the Netherlands? Like,
yo, that's the real question. Like, I feel like pretty much as soon as the world unpauses itself, like as soon as we get off this Mr. Bones wild ride of 2020, like,
yeah, that way. Because I can make pancakes, like Dutch pancakes, like omelet pancakes.
Yo. Yo.
in a town where I live, and I'm sure you're gonna find them everywhere, but we have this it's like a dessert restaurant where they only really serve desserts. So like freshly made Belgian waffles and pancakes, and like they also make freshly made stroopwafels, which are like they're about like this big, and the syrup inside of it is still completely warm, and it just drips. And you eat it from like a paper envelope, and it's like crunchy on the outside, but like super warm and gooey on the inside. It's like it's a stroopwafel but fresh.
I've never had a fresh one.
This-
I've had them, but I've never had. They're amazing. They're fucking. It's like a waffle cookie in a way, but like oh, it's not even a cookie. It's like caramely and just oh god. I can't imagine what a fresh one would be.
I'll take you to that if you're ever like in my hometown, or if because in May, around May, maybe there's gonna be like TwitchCon Europe.
If
Amsterdam,
TwitchCon
maybe.
happens, I am fucking there.
Hell yeah, bro! I'll treat everyone to like a fresh stroopwafel.
Yo. That is one of the things that I am looking forward to, and kind of like you were saying, like this year, you know, well, not in necessarily the same sense, but this year, you know, like instead of being like social and proactive and trying to get in hobbies and join clubs and do things, like I feel like I really did find like an amazing group of friends and people like through Twitch and Discord that honestly I wouldn't have found otherwise. So I'm forever grateful to like, you know, this time, and through all like the uncertainty and craziness that's gone on, like it really has been some of like the best months of my life sitting on my computer hanging out with y'all all day, you know?
Dude, like I was in a really bad spot like about a year ago. Like I was just really fucking depressed and like struggling to get by, and I didn't really have any friends. And the friends that I did have were really fucking toxic. And then about like May of I mean almost 2 years ago now, I guess, not 1 year, but like May 2019, I realized that I was doing a lot of things. Or was it this year? I don't know.
I can't think about time in the concept of this year versus last year, or
2019 or 2020, one of the 2 years. Then I start realizing that I was like letting people kind of walk all over me and like using me as their friend and like for the wrong purposes. That because I was just so desperate to have any type of friend, like any sort of like contact, and I decided that I was going to be better off like just cutting that completely. This 2019, I just remembered. So I cut a bunch of friends completely out of my life. I cut my father out of my life. That's a whole different story, but I was very lonely. I didn't have anyone, but at least I was happier. And then I went to the fourth year, my graduation year, got my internship, met some new people there, but most of those people were old boomers. I'm sorry, but you know, they're not lasting relationships. And then this year I started the year like, okay, cool, like I'll finish my study, I'm gonna finish my internship. From here on out, I wanna like focus on social life and meeting people, like meeting good friends. Because I also like through all this grew a lot as a person, and I grew a lot more like aware of what a healthy friendship should be. And I also grew a lot more protective over myself. Like I realized that I need to set boundaries more harshly. I realized that I can say stuff more harshly, and I will not risk losing every single friend. And if that's the case, then there's something wrong with the friendship anyway. So, but then COVID hit, and I honestly don't really want to think about the mental hole I could have been in had I not been in this like community, these people, like meeting Wei, and then Wei and I both like got into like Ham's communities and Maya's communities, and from there we met everyone, and we kind of like just started talking to everyone, and like we like in voice chat, and just meeting so many people and having so many really healthy friendships, and the amount of people that expressed how much they care about me, and then all of the outpouring of love like for my work and who I am and what I do has made me more confident in my everything that I do than I've ever been. So even though I'm technically in a really bad situation right now, where I don't have an income and I don't have a job and everything's like really pressing on my shoulders right now, I'm okay. Like I'm happy. I love the people that I surround myself with every single day, and I keep myself busy by streaming and by sitting here talking to you and like doing this kind of stuff, and it makes me happy. And there's
100%.
nothing more than I want that I want right now is than to meet all of you.
Yes,
You,
yes.
Faye, and fucking Max and Maya and like everyone. It's just everyone should come to TwitchCon Europe if it's happening in May. You better be there.
169%. Like that's like the craziest thing is that like I shoot your shot. What a fucking legend. I know if they let us, I'm hoping the dark curtain the dark curtain is cast aside for the moment. I feel like I hope that we can slowly start to reintegrate with the rest of the world and society and politics. Come January 20th, hopefully things can.
For what you said, I saw it. Thank you.
Oh, I know that was really sweet, and I 100% agree. 100% agree.
Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like what you had said is very important. That
Holy shit.
Now do you see when I'm playing a horror game, anything that happens is just so loud that it's the fucking worst. It's so scary. Gridlock, how you doing, my homie?
But I would still do it to you, so.
Oh, 100%. Please do. It's like I enjoy being scared that way. Like it's better than being like jump scared because like it's fun, and I know that it's being done for fun. Where like, a cheap scare, it doesn't necessarily get me anywhere. But touching back what you said, I feel like I definitely learned that very late in my life as well. The concept of like a healthy friendship.
You're coming out.
Definitely the concept of a healthy friendship. I feel like I was the same way, where I gravitated towards like giving my friendship freely and taking whatever shit was thrown at me, because like that's what I understood a friend to be. And it took very long, like even until almost pretty much after college, to learn like, no, I have to treat myself better. And if that means like cutting people out that aren't treating me how I feel like, then it was a whole process, and it definitely leaves you feeling a lot more alone. But at the end of the day, like I feel it definitely was so much better mental health wise. I'd rather be sad that I'm alone than sad surrounded by people that are not treating me right,
I think one of the best things about this community, and not just this community, but like everything that's kind of interconnected here, because we're all like connected, like Ham's connected to you, and then Shoot and Maya, and then me and everyone else are all just kind of connected. And I think one of the most important things that kind of flows through all these communities is like how positive everyone is. Like talking about like my work as a writer, like I would not have dared share any of that with my friends like from a year and a half ago, but I've happily shared it with you and with Wei to like proofread what I'm doing right now, and and I trust you to give me like proper feedback and be honest. But just like the support and the just the positivity and like and not to a toxic level, because toxic positivity is definitely a thing, but just general like good vibes. And that's something that's really helped me in this community, like just be surrounded by people that really don't give a fuck and just want to be happy.
Yeah, and that their goal isn't to make other people upset. Like I just like being surrounded with people that care if you're having a bad day, that wish you well in your endeavors for no ulterior motive. Like I it's very comforting to have all my little booties, all these communities, and I like, especially on Twitch, like I've been a VOD boy, like I've been like a lurker pretty much for the entirety of it. But yeah, there's just something about these communities that I've found myself in that I absolutely adore it. I adore all of the friendships, all the people I've met. And yeah, it's crazy growing up in a time where they say don't talk to strangers on the internet, to having like some of my best friends I've made in my life on the internet is crazy. Like it's just so funny.
I sat here like ugly crying at the fact that I'm in a different time zone, because I feel so bad for having to leave, of having to go to bed and not being part of like the late night adventures and like having streams and stuff. Like it genuinely hurts me to my core because I enjoy being here so much. So I've sat here like actually bawling my eyes out at that.
Oh. But like I don't know, it is cool in a way, because you I don't know, you bring like a different perspective to everything, which that's one of my favorite things, is surrounding people with different experiences, because that's the best way to grow as a person, to grow as a community, and as just a human, just to talk to more people. So yes, I am upset that you're in a different time zone and you can't be a part of the late night American shenanigans. However, like I wouldn't trade any moment with you in VC for anything, because you're you're a fucking homie.
I know. Well, I mean, I know, like, I agree. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm the best. Like, no, but like before all of this, because I've been, my camera keeps unfocusing. Like the community I've been part of the longest, obviously, is Wubby, and then through Wubby I found Maya, and like I kind of just flowed through everything. But like, there was a period where I was a lurker in Wubby's chat, and then he was having the meetups in America, like in New York and in Vegas and stuff. And like, I witnessed that through those streams because I've been a watcher of Wubby long enough to have seen that. But I felt so sad because every single time Wubby's like, "Fuck Europe! I'm not going to Europe. Fuck Europe! I want to do like American meetups." And like, well, what about me? What about you? And like the fact that so many people have since expressed to me that they would really come to Europe to meet me specifically, it's just like my heart.
Wait, that in my head it sounded nicer, but I was gonna be like, you're the popular tourist attraction, but that doesn't sound right when I say it like that, so I'm not gonna say it like that. TripAdvisor for Europe says visit Hobosa, her backyard, and the rest of that Mad Lib. We don't have to mention that Mad Lib. We don't have to mention that. That's so true, Wei. That's so true. One of my favorite things about Hobosa is that we're the best of friends and we don't agree on everything, but can have actual conversations about things and might not be stuck in a feedback loop. That's a sign of good friendship, because I don't think that people need to agree on everything to be friends. That's what I think you mean with like toxic positivity in a way. I feel like we had a discussion on like constructive criticism the other day, and like I feel like that's a valuable part of like a friendship, or like, a good acquaintanceship even, is to be honest. And I love that.
Yeah, like that's a thing that I also like really struggled with in school, because I'm gonna sound like I'm generalizing so bad and like I'm being a dirty stereotyper, but I'm sorry, but a lot of the artists were Tumblr kids, and Tumblr like is extremely left, and extremely left people tend to like kind of fall into that toxic positivity hole, and like I saw it happening with them as well, where a girl would show up to school wearing something, and I'm sorry, absolutely atrocious. It looked objectively bad on her. And I'm not going to go into detail what, because then I'm going to get into like preferences, and someone's going to say, but I love that. Like, no, okay. It just, it wasn't a good vibe. And it also like borderline almost wasn't appropriate. And she waltzed into class, or like in the room that we were like doing our project in. I was like, oh my god, I love it. It looks so good. You're so amazing. It looks the best thing ever. Like, oh my god, it's like such a vibe. Yas, queen. And I'm just sitting there like, it's trash. I'm sorry, but it's not good. Like, I'm really sorry, but I would tell her like, please don't wear that again, or wear it like in a different way, because it's like. And that happened so often with them. Like, they were constantly like, no, you're the best, you're amazing, you're a queen, you're a king, you're the best, you're amazing. It's like, I would get so sick of it. Oh my, oh.
I have a bad time like accepting compliments to begin with, because I don't know, I have a hard time internalizing and thinking they're true. But they're not like even like personal comments on myself, like even in like, school and things, like a good assignment, I'm like, well, this wasn't I didn't do, this wasn't like, I never really like criticism. I always tend to favor them. So people that come across like that always, I don't know, it always makes me wary, but I'm always wary to begin with.
Yeah, it's just like, and it's you can't disagree on anything, or it's seen as like an attack, and it's just ugh. I hate it more than anything. And
No,
it
yeah.
kind of turned me into a contrarian, where I almost decide to be against something just because I know it'll piss them off.
Like pizza rolls in a microwave, for example. Or we don't have to talk about that. That's okay.
I mean, no. To sit here and not be able to criticize certain demographics just because they are or like were historically in a lesser position compared to another demographic, and then not being able to say anything about them, that's like like one of my strongest examples about that is RuPaul's Drag Race. And I'm sorry if this is gonna get really political, or like if this is gonna like
Let's go.
I've never really been like big on like Drag Race or like drag culture. Like it's just not my vibe. I'm not really I don't have anything against it, just not my vibe. But RuPaul's Drag Race was really popular for a while. It's like, I'll give it a shot. So I started watching it. And the one thing that completely turned me away from it was how toxic the drag queens were being about feminine stereotypes. They would sit there and bitch about like, oh my god, I'm on my period and it hurts so much. And I'm like, I'm angry right now because I must be ovulating. Or they're like, I'm so mad my tampon could float out. Like they would say stuff like that. And because it's coming from a drag queen, suddenly no one dares to say anything about it anymore, or even critically assess that yes, it's a stereotype, and yes, it might be harmful towards things that women struggle with every day. Like personally, I've had a lot of like sexism coming from like a gamer school, because yes, I'm sorry, like it's a male dominated environment where a lot of the people there are not the most socially well adjusted people. So I've had some like pretty serious sexism thrown at me. Like someone deadass told me like, are like, I don't want to argue with you right now because you're being very intense and you must be on your period. Like someone told me that I cannot understand programming because I'm a woman and women don't do logic. So
but that just is straight up sexism, as opposed like that's just
what I was getting at is like, those are stereotypes that still are maintained within our culture, and then when something like RuPaul's Drag Race reinforces those stereotypes because they make it a bit, they make it like for comedic effect, like that's something like, oh, that's stereotypically women because they're dressing up as women, they're making a caricature of women. If then they're gonna sit there and be like, yeah, my tampon's bothering me, like I'm on my period, everything's bad, I'm hormonal, oh my god, I'm PMSing so bad. You're just reinforcing and reinstating those negative stereotypes about women that we then have to deal with in day-to-day basis, like work environments.
Right, people not understanding like the joke in a way and attributing it more to like a stereotype attributed to everybody, or not even a stereotype, but just like I see what you mean, and I've never thought of it that way before. I honestly have never seen that perspective, and that's very refreshing and interesting to hear about. Because
we are not allowed to like perpetuate stereotypes like those regarding trans people or gay people or like or lesbians or bis or whatever part of the spectrum you're on. Like if like a cis person would like try and like reinstate that stereotype, or go like, my son really likes blue and toys and cars and stuff, we immediately get berated like, no, you're putting them in like a societal like little box, and like, but then it happens so much in like drag queen culture or trans culture or like other cultures, and at that point we can't say anything about it anymore, because then you're being toxic, or you're being homophobic or transphobic. And that's something I will always speak up about, because I have absolutely nothing against those things. But as someone who is coming from a like, I want to say a minority, but like as a woman, I'm coming from a position where I've had to deal with shortcomings in my life because I'm a woman.
Well,
coming
yeah,
from that.
you have to deal with the
I love it.
ramifications of those flippant jokes or that. Like yes.
I want this to be clear. Like I want this to be put on, like be real with this. Like if we can't do it, you can't do it either. And that's why I stopped watching RuPaul's Drag Race, because like I can sit here and listen to them like saying these toxic things about women, because that's something I struggle with every day.
Very true. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I legit have never heard that take on it, and it is, in my opinion, incredibly valid that I've never given thought to, because like I feel at least myself, and this is of course a small worldview, but growing up in Chicago, like drag culture has been pretty big here. It's pretty prevalent. Like there's a really big drag scene, so I feel like I've been exposed to it my whole life, and I've never really thought about like that. Just is like a part of it, but that doesn't excuse it. But I've never really thought about that was like a part of the show. But yeah, you're right. It is.
And then it's gonna come down back to the fact, like, is it okay to make jokes about that kind of stuff? Because like a lot of people like stand by the thing, like you either joke about it or you can't make any jokes at all. Like either everything can be joked about or nothing, right? So by that logic, if they can joke about stereotypical or cis women, then we should be able to joke about transgenders or people that are not traditionally, I guess, heterosexual.
Yeah,
but then so that's like.
And again, I think when it comes down to it, my view on comedy that you know, and it's such a subjective thing, but I definitely feel it all comes down to intent. And like sure, you can make a really mean, offensive joke, and if the intent is to be, you know, racist, offensive, and mean, I don't necessarily agree with that. But I do think that you can be able to joke about anything. However, if it's not done well or tactfully or offends people, you have to deal with that. You can't just say it was a joke, because that doesn't mean it's funny. If you like, I don't know, it's a very fine line of things like that, especially when it comes to comedy, you know, dark humor, edgy humor and things.
Yeah, and then,
but
like,
it
the jokes being made about women on shows like RuPaul's Drag Race or like in drag culture in general, like it's not even that I have a big issue that it's happening, it's the hypocrisy that they can do that, we can do it back at them.
Very interesting.
I also think like
I have to say this, and I apologize for cutting you off, but big dog titties, big dog titties, welcome to the booty land. Thank you for the follow, my friend. What a name.
Like to continue on my point, it's like hypocrisy is the thing that bothers me the most. So, and like a way to solve that would be to like bring awareness to the fact that this, like, women still suffer from this. And like, yeah, like joke about it, but then like on the flip side, be like, hey, I'm joking about it, but it's still like, you know, women are still being negatively impacted in many ways compared to men. And as much as we want to believe that sexism is like lesser than it was, like it definitely is, there's still quite a bit of sexism going around. And and people are kind of like ostriching it, where they put their head in the sand, like, no, it's not a thing. It's 2020. Don't worry about it. It's a thing. It definitely is. Not just
and you're right, it is strange that like if you talk about it in the wrong way or to the wrong people, it's seen as like an attack on people, when on it, I mean, I feel you do have, you know, some valid criticism with that. Like, you know, it's something that people are taking from, you know, a feminine culture and attributing it in a negative light on a public stage too, in a way.
I mean, I wouldn't call it culture, because like having a menstruation is not culture. Like that was just
right. But like I couldn't think of feminine appropriation, female appropriation. Like I don't know the right term for it, but
but like it's not that this is a specific issue, that the only thing that's what I'm like upset about. This happens in many different areas. It happens with different like genders and sexualities. It happens with religion. It happens everywhere, and it's just part of like the extreme leftism that is just an issue right now. Because like that, I don't remember what it's called. That show by Sacha Baron Cohen, I think I was saying it correctly. That recent show that he made, where he's making fun both of extreme right and extreme left. I think that's very important, because the whole thing about extreme left is that you can't criticize it, because then you're being toxic or you're being homophobic or transphobic or whatever kind of phobic. So like seeing that show, I was really glad that he was also tackling extreme leftism because that's also an issue.
Any extreme is wrong, like is dangerous, because
Holy
any
shit, is this the longest human interaction you've had before, Booty? It's nice to see you guys still at it. I'm at work right now, so don't tell my boss.
Well, thank you, God of Potatoes. We started the hour early just so you could catch us a little bit before work, but yeah, we're still going strong. Yeah,
I'm really
you know?
enjoying myself, so yeah, I'm good.
I know. Like I'm like hungry a little bit, but this has been so much fun. I feel like I was like gonna wind it down like an hour ago, and I have no intention of it. Like I'm still having a good old time. But yeah, thank you for being here again. I haven't said it in a couple hours, but thank you.
I love touching on like, I don't know, like touchy subjects like that because like I said, it's kind of turned me into contrarian, and there's not even really any contrarian about this. It's just an opinion of the current state of affairs, like regarding politics and stuff. But it's just it's become such a taboo thing to talk about, and that's what I love. Like I love like just like poking at things. Like no, let's discuss this.
No, and I feel like, you know, I feel like discourse is the way to, you know, work through problems instead of, you know, insulting and commenting. Just literally one person says how they feel about something and one person describes how they feel, and you keep going from there until you can reach a mutual respect or understanding. But I feel it all comes down to, you know, proper adult discourse without any, you know, like hatred or what's the fun word I'm looking for, vitriol, any sort of like bite behind it. No, yeah, I 100% agree. 100% agree.
Good.
So now let's tackle racism in the U.S. Next big no, I'm kidding. Let's take it down a notch.
I mean, as like two kind of pasty white people, I don't know if like.
Listen up, America. We have the voice you need at this moment.
America.
That's even better. That's better for America.
Actually, I'm like 1/80th Egyptian. I don't know.
Oh wow, that's a deep cut. That's how you got like you have like a small little like getaway that that family has in Egypt that you can go to, like a little timeshare or something, right?
Where?
In Egypt, of course. Then, like you get like 1/80th of a timeshare for like some family stakes and something, right? Yeah. I feel like that's how everywhere around the world works, except for here. You know? Oh, you have a bit of it. Go stay at our country. Go stay in our house for a little bit. That's cool.
I have family in Sweden. They'll take us in anytime we visit Sweden. It's like, hey, let's go. My uncle has a house of friends, like southern friends. So it's like, let's go there every once in a while.
Is there are you a big like traveler? Do you think about travel often?
I haven't really made my mind up about that because I do like traveling, but I'm also very much a home-bug. Like if I don't get to do the things I want to do at the end of the day, I feel like uncomfortable. Like if I can't, like I wash my face at night, and if I can't wash my face, brush my teeth, get a clean pair of socks, clean pair of underwear, and go to bed, I'm just like, ugh. I like having it scheduled. So in the past, like traveling has always been kind of iffy because it was either like a school trip or with my parents we would go camping, and as much as I love camping, it's not the most luxurious situation. So I think if I had the money to go traveling properly and like make sure that I can like provide myself with whatever I need if I'm traveling, like say a hotel or you know, a better campsite, like stuff like that, I think I would enjoy traveling a lot more. And I also think I would enjoy traveling a lot more if I had someone to travel with. Because so far I've really traveled with either my classes at school or my parents. And I think I would love to go traveling with either like really, 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 really good friends or like a significant other. But all my friends are in America, and I'm single, so and I'm poor. That's
And that's the big one for me right now. My travel is like down the street to the Family Dollar or to the
and
grocery
COVID.
store, and COVID. Yes, yeah. I ask because I'm always curious about, like, you know, people that think about travel, because people will do it for all different reasons. I have two friends that, you know, every year, twice a year, go to a different place in Europe just for food. Like, they'll research chefs, they'll research like they'll make reservations months in advance, and like that's like what fulfills them for travel. Like, when I know that I like going to places to see like architecture, to see art, like to see like how like local or like the history of a place is. And like I love, like, you'll see me going to the art museums and like the national historical museums everywhere I go, and spend an entire day in a foreign country in a museum, and like I am happy as a clam, absolutely happy. Like I cannot get enough of like immersing myself like that.
Such a big thing for me. I can drench myself in old architecture any day of the week. We went to Rome for school, and we went in the middle of like some like religious thing going on. So we were gonna visit the Pantheon, but the Pantheon was closed because like there was like a ceremony going on or whatever. So the official time slot allocated to visit the Pantheon wasn't gonna work. And then the next, or 2 days later, basically at the end of the trip, we had like about 2-3 hours of free time. Me and my little friend group, we're like, fuck this, we're gonna go back to the Pantheon, like all the way on the other side of Rome. We walked that entire bit just to go back to see that building. And I'm so fucking glad that I did. It is a gorgeous piece of architecture. It's a marvel. And like, having seen every other bit of just mind-boggling architecture in Rome, to having missed that, because people were complaining on the plane ride home, like, well, we haven't seen the Pantheon, that's a shame. You had a moment to go, but you didn't. But we did.
Yep,
and
that's
and like, and then another one of my most, like, the school trips that impressed me the most was when we went to Edinburgh, and that's such a different vibe than Rome, because it's such a medieval, like, gory, like, dark, grunchy city. It's a city, not a town. Fucking loved it. The Royal Mile with all these buildings, and we did like a little spooky tour where they were telling us like they just get buckets of shit and throw it out the window. That kind of stuff. And there was a cathedral there, and we went to the castle that sits in the middle of the city, and there was like a tour there that were talking about like the history behind it, and that they even had Dutch slaves. And that's what I love doing out traveling. And like, when I was younger, my mother and I would also like go visit ruins anywhere nearby our campsite. There was one big prison tower in southern France. I'm not gonna try and pronounce it because I'm gonna butcher it. But the whole tower was completely gutted on the inside. You could only see just like the little lips where the floors would have been like located on, and for like, besides that, you could just look all the way down, like straight down to the basements of the building. And I took the effort to like completely walk up through the tiny little completely worn down staircase all the way to the top of the thing. And the view, like, it was on top of a hill, and you look down and you see this scary dungeon. It's just, I want to go see something right now.
Yo, that's like my that always is just those are the kind of things that make like travel and trips to me worth it. Like, while I do love, you know, like, nothing beats eating local cuisine or trying new foods or I cannot get enough of just history. And I think it also stems from, like, you know, here in the States, the some of the oldest, like, you know, structures could be 1600s, 1700s, but when you go to a place like Europe, there's like the Roman Pantheon, like the Roman Parthenon, the Trevi Fountain, the Spanish Steps, the Colosseum. Like, there's just history. Like, the buildings themselves are older than my country. Like, that is the kind of, like, that, just absorbing that is my favorite part of traveling.
It's one of the reasons why I love Assassin's Creed so much, because it really dives into that history. Oh, yeah.
And they've done their homework the last few ones, like the especially with Origins. Like, I just was in the explore the tombs, like, that was like the coolest thing for me, of the historical research that went in.
Yeah, one of the biggest oh shit moments for Origins for me was like when I was in one of the pyramids and I couldn't figure out where to go, And I googled it, and I'm like, yeah, go to the official wiki page of this pyramid because they built it exactly like the pyramid. And I'm like, fuck.
That is like, that's the kind of shit that I do like, you know? See, that would be like the being on the production design team for that game would be, I feel like that would be something cool and fulfilling. Like, I don't know how crazy and in depth, but oh my god, can you imagine just like, all right, so we need to study on, you know, on this old ancient pharaoh's tomb, and you just go to the library getting blueprints and like detailing, like, oh my god, that would be like a historian in a different context.
Crazy. Like, one of the things that stuck with me the most when I traveled to Stockholm is in one of, I don't know, are you familiar with Stockholm? It's kind of like in the middle of the sea.
I'm not, I know of, but I've never been.
Yeah, they have these little islands basically. Like the little city center is just basically on little like islands. And one of their like the main government buildings that they have is situated on one of those islands, and they wanted to build a underground parking garage in that little island. And they started digging, and they found a piece of the medieval city wall and a lot of other like artifacts from like back from medieval ages. Like they found a skull which had like right here on the side of the head like a little square cutout, and then they had like the exact crossbow bolt that had hit him in the head right there, right next to that skull, because they just found that. And like that was the shit they dug up from that like that like construction site, and they found all this, and they said, you know what, we're not going to build a parking garage, we're going to turn this into a museum that's free for everyone. You can just walk in, and it's like one of the best I've had in Stockholm. It's like this beautiful little museum you can just walk into with all this like deep history, like medieval history from Stockholm, and they just did that instead of a parking garage. It's like, fuck yes.
No,
and
because
it was
like, oh my, that oh fuck, that's so cool. That makes me happy. I love that.
Oh, so good. Love it.
Yeah,
and
like,
another one of the best things I ever saw in one of the things that will forever leave an impression on me, and I actually want to go back and see it another time, is the Vasa ship in Stockholm, because it's actually a funny story, because like the Swedes, they saw how like the spice trade was going with the Dutch and like every other nation in the world, kind of like, you know, getting on their boats, pillaging, colonizing, getting their stuff, you know, good stuff. Great
you know,
time.
all the perks.
And the Swedes kind of wanted to get in on that shit when it was happening. So the king in the 16 like early 1600s, so like barely just out of the 16th century, they he was like, you know what, build me the biggest, baddest, fucking bougiest ship you can find. And so they built a massive ship, but the issue with the ship was that it was too narrow and too tall. And not only that, it was built by two different teams of builders. So the left side of the ship was built with the British inch, the right side of the ship was built with a Swedish inch. So the
So it's
whole
not
thing
even the
was,
same tall. It's, oh my god.
well, it was symmetrical, but it goes down to like construction where it's like just a little like not really great. But the biggest issue it had was that it was narrow and really tall. So they launched the ship, big celebrations, like one of the most expensive endeavors they've ever gone through. And they launched the ship into the bay, and it gets out of the city waters, and one gust of wind, and it just gone. The entire thing sinks like a fucking brick. Because if I remember correctly, it had so many gun holes, like portals, I guess, that went so far down the side of the ship that as soon as it tipped just a little bit, water started pouring in, and it tipped even further, and it tipped easily because it was so goddamn high. So the whole thing just sunk like a brick. And the best part about it is that it sunk in sweet waters, not salty waters, but sweet waters. So the whole thing has been preserved down to the paint. They dug the entire thing up as in one piece, and it's now as a nearly complete ship visible in a museum. You can walk completely around it. They found plates and clothing and people and everything and like weapons and like like merchandise and gold. Like everything that was on that ship was still on there because most of the people made it off, so there were no
Hmm.
bodies. But just like they just left everything behind, and because it was Sweetwater, it was preserved well. Like they even found a wooden little thing that a rope was going to go through that had been stuck inside a barrel. And the barrel wasn't deteriorating because it was in Sweetwater. So when they pulled it out, it was like that beautiful, glacy, cream wood color because it hadn't at all deteriorated. It was exactly left as it was. And the ship was launched in the 1612, if I remember correctly.
400 plus 500, 400 years ago. Jesus.
Preserved perfection. And currently, this ship, if you go visit it, it's completely black. It kind of looks like Davy Jones's ship, like the Flying Dutchman.
Hmm.
Like
Hmm.
Caribbean, completely black. But that's now the preservative that they put on it. But when
Hmm.
they
Hmm.
found it
Hmm.
underwater, it was just such an incredibly good condition, and it's one of the most impressive things I've ever seen. And to walk around as someone who's like really, really, really interested in colonial history, especially coming from a country that had so much like seafaring activities. Like we had a lot of pirates and a lot of those big ships, and I always thought those look so fucking cool. And to see a ship like that nearly complete, I think they said it was like 98% complete, down
That's
to the sail.
insane. That is
So
so
fucking
cool.
cool. And I
And you,
want to go
it's the
back.
Vasa ship? Vasa ship?
Vasa, like Vasa.
Vasa. Oh my God. Oh, I don't know how long you plan to go, but I gotta head out. Way, you are a fucking beautiful human being. Thank you for being here, my homie. I fucking love you, dog.
He were gun holes in your boat, yup.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel,
Put in
but
Discord,
that's
yeah.
just so funny. Can you imagine like that planning thing? Like, so, uh, a Swedish Jim, I've never seen a boat this tall. Are you sure this is gonna work? Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Tall and thin. That's I saw it in a dream. Absolutely, that'll work.
But it was just like the him wanting to get like the best thing ever. Here, I sent you a picture of the museum, like the actual ship inside the museum. It's so goddamn cool.
Thank you for
So
being
cool.
here, Jay-Z. I fucking love you, dog.
Get a tip. All right, bye, Jay Z. We're probably not gonna be here for a lot longer.
Yo, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my
Isn't that
gosh.
fucking
Holy
cool
shit.
though?
Look at
That
this,
ship?
fam. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong scene. How do I go here? Look at this ship, yo. What?
Isn't that fucking dope?
What? Come here. Come here, you. Come here, you. I want this. There we go. Holy shit.
It's so dope.
Yo. That is fucking insane. I love stuff like this.
You know where
Look
to
at all,
go.
there are so many gun ports though, bro.
Yep. Yeah, that's like it was so tall that it kind of just like tipped over, and then those gun ports were too low, and then just
I'm obsessed with that. I'm
I probably
obsessed with
got a
that.
potatoes. I think we need to wind down because everyone's just leaving.
Right? Right? We're too intense. We're too good right now.
It's too much.
Um, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Um, I love that. I love
Hmm.
that. But you know, it is, we have been going for a while. So I think this is probably a nice time to wind down for a bit. Um,
I
but
can always.
Habosa,
I don't
you
know.
can always come back 100%, my friend. Um, so let me just say, like, chat, can we get a round of applause too for Habosa? Like, holy cow. Holy cow. Like, absolutely fantastic.
I think there's a lot of people awake still, but
You know, even if they're not, like, one of the highest compliments is people being like, "Oh, I fell asleep listening to your voice." Like, what? Really?
oh
That's
my
so
god,
crazy. Oh yeah, the camera shutter's definitely going wild.
yeah,
But
they
Habosa,
are.
thank you so much for being here. Thank you for taking your time, for spending your night over here. Like, you're a really cool person. I'm so happy I've gotten to know you better these last couple of months. Um,
Yeah,
and
me
yeah,
too. Like I feel like we have a lot in common, like our love for like architecture and like older stuff and like and fashion and like I can talk endlessly about that stuff. So I'm
and
always
and
happy.
we and we have and we will continue to do so. But yeah, so before we head out, is there anything you'd like to say to chat, to anyone, a farewell message of sorts? I give you the floor, my friend.
I hope it wasn't boring. I hope it was interesting. I hope you enjoyed having me here. It was a lot of fun, and I love you guys. Like I know most of you people that are watching, so.
Well, thank you so much again, Habosa. You're a fucking legend. You are welcome here anytime. So please don't be a stranger around the stream. I don't think you will be, but yeah, I appreciate your time, and you know, I'm sure I'll be talking to you soon. Probably later, tomorrow, one of these days. But before we go to, let's do a quick little shout out. Let's see what happens. Do I have the shout out player here? I do.
Oh.
Oh, it's.
Oh. Wait. What?
If you haven't yet, go follow Habosa, twitch.tv/Habosa, where you can see amazing impromptu sim deaths.
What?
Yeah, I was just saying, go follow Habosa, twitch.tv/Habosa. Go see more amazing sim deaths, impromptu. You could go watch Way Twerk for money. It's a fucking riot, fam. We could go. Yeah, I haven't been by shooting a minute. But Habosa, I'm gonna drag you up to the different voice channel. But again, my friend, thank you so much for your time. This was honestly, truly a fucking pleasure for me. So thank you for being here.
Completely. All right, well,
bye.
Bye.
Oh boy, chat. You guys were so nice. I fucking love you all. Thank you, chat, for being amazing. Thank you again to Habosa for being here. We're gonna go. Every single one of you. I fucking love you.
169%. That's what I'm talking about. We're getting wavy up in here.
My friends. Wait.
My friends. My friends. I think there was something in that water.
Oh geez, there it goes again. So my friends, we're gonna be heading out here. We are gonna be going to our boy. So stick around for the raid. Habosa's so natural at talking, right? Wasn't that a pleasure? In stretch mode. Yes. That was absolutely delightful. If you haven't gone and checked out Habosa's channel, she just started streaming. She's a fucking top tier streamer. Like, I love when people, you know, have dedication, when they put... Habosa!
It was my pleasure being here too. That was fun. Bye.
I appreciate you, my homie. Bye, my friend. So thank you all. We are going to be winding down here. My music stopped. I didn't even realize. Oh boy. But my friends, stay good to each other. Stay beautiful just the way you are, my friends. I love each and every single fucking one of you. Thank you all for your continued support. Thank you, my chatters, my non-chatters, my lurkers, my subs, my non-subs, my dono daddies and mommies. Like, I fucking love all of y'all. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I'll be back later in the week, my friends, so stay tuned, and have a fantastic rest of your days. I'll talk to you all soon. Bye!